Just a few more days to go until the NHL trade deadline. The Sabres playing last night against Montreal. It was a horrendous start to the game in the first period. Sabres took 5 penalties and were down 3-0 at the end of 20 minutes, but they did fight their way back to tie the game at 3. Rasmus Dahlin scored with just over a minute to play to tie it, but then Montreal wins in overtime with a Michael Matheson goal in OT for Montreal, who is still trying to get closer to a playoff spot in the East. Sabres remain in last place. They are back in action tonight. They will be hosting the San Jose Sharks tonight for Buffalo Bills night at the arena. 7 o'clock puck drop against San Jose. We will have pregame starting at 6 p.m. here on WGR. To football. Franchise tag deadline is today. The Bengals yesterday are tagging T. Higgins again for the second year in a row. That will be $26 million for Higgins. The number went up because it's the second year for that. Adam Schefter reports that the Vikings are unlikely to place the tag on quarterback Sam Darnold. Speaking of Cincinnati, with the new Higgins tag, they had to make some room, and Bengals cornerback Mike Hilton tweeted on X, implying that his time is done with the Bengals. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Good morning to the chat. We got to start saying...
The bullpen?
Yeah, we got to start saying good morning to the bullpen, the chat on YouTube, because they're up early.
Oh, they're like up before.
There's 20 people watching.
Rolling.
We just got... They're ready.
It's crazy,
you know what it is? The chat makes it feel like we are the kind of business that opens, and when we get out of the car, like to unlock the door to walk into the business, there are 20 people in line ready. It's a nice feeling.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, it went down to 18, though.
How many places are like that, where you are in your car waiting for the person that works there to go unlock the door and walk in? Like, oh, okay, it's open. Like the gym. A gym is good for this.
A gym is like that. I don't know how often that's happening for me, though. Where you're waiting outside for something to open.
A new video game has been released, right? When you're young, like
yes,
it's been a long time since people.
Sure,
when I'm
to go
young,
to stores
though.
for that.
Yeah,
that's right.
No, you're right. Now you're just downloading the game onto your system directly.
Yeah,
or onto your console directly.
Yep.
Yeah, tickets, of course, was a big tickets. Was just waiting outside for tickets.
Yep.
Midnight movies.
Okay, midnight movies. What do you wait in line for anymore? Everything is digital or whatever.
There's got to be something still hanging around, right?
A gas station. You're waiting for them to open in the morning so you can go in and get a Gatorade or something.
The Phoenix Open is this, isn't it?
Yes.
They wait outside, and then everyone sprints to the 16th hole.
I think the lesson is now there's 37 people in already. All these people are just waiting to get in. It's just like the Phoenix Open. We are as popular as the Phoenix Open. How about it?
Okay.
No lies detected.
Nope, nothing.
Anyway, good morning. Jeremy and Joe with you here on WGR, and we're cruising through a Tuesday. We've got Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. We've got Matt Perino of the Shout podcast. He and Ryan Talbot do a great job with that. I was listening yesterday, and he said something that made me say, all right, we got to talk about that. So he's coming on at 9 o'clock to talk about a trade rumor that he starts, maybe. So that's coming up. Plenty of Bill stuff, franchise tag stuff, and then the Sabres, who played last night. And, they played.
They got a point, though. So they only missed Lindy's plan by 2 points.
Okay.
So you just got to make that up with another win in the next segment. That's all you got to do.
Right.
Sure. And then you have to be on pace every other segment of games, and then your 3-game win streak at the end. So, are they going to be in last place till the end of the season?
no, Pittsburgh should finish behind them. The Penguins are a lot worse than them.
They've been worse than them for a while, though, and the Sabres have been in last place since mid-December.
Yeah.
And there's not been a single day where they haven't been. And they get a point last night. They are 4 points back of the Penguins. They do have, as you look at the advanced numbers, they're better, but they also have 4 games in hand.
Yeah.
On Pittsburgh. So maybe they'll catch one of these teams that's ahead of them. Or maybe they'll be in last place until the very end of the season, and then they're going to be the 4th best lottery odds.
It's really too bad there's not a guy that's supposed to be drafted number 1 overall that people could yell at us for saying, you know what, we should hope they lose. Because we should hope they lose. We should want them to lose. That's...
Yeah, but there isn't that guy.
There isn't that guy. And there isn't that guy number 2 overall, which was the reason that it was really worth doing all that way back when.
Yeah.
That guy was good, too. People yelled an awful lot. I thought at 3-0, Joe, I'm getting snarky early. At 3-0, I thought last night's game was going to be the kind of loss where it was so bad that people tweeted me to blame the tank. Those are the real bad losses. Those are when somebody's like, you know what, it's your fault because 10 years ago you did something. I thought it was going to be that bad. But they rallied, they came back. The real reason they lost this game, there's a couple. Penalties are one of them. But we're going to be introducing a new segment to the show. And for it, Owen Parker is here, our new senior goalie correspondent.
Mm-hmm.
What's up? So you're running the YouTube feed a lot for us.
Yes.
You're moderating comments. You're doing a lot of stuff, and we're going to, of course, bring you on more often. But senior goalie correspondent, having played a lot of goalie in your life.
Yeah, I have some experience. That's for sure.
Yes, and I have a buddy, Chris, who is he's played like soccer goalie for a while, but like rec leagues and whatever. And whenever there's a goal in the Premier League, I'll text him and I'll say, "Hey, as a goalie, should that guy have gotten that?"
As a goalie.
As a goalie. So this segment will be as a goalie.
How many people text you with the beginning as a goalie?
Oh, I get a lot of those texts, and especially on a night like last night.
Okay. That's why we have you on, because I feel like a lot of people are going to be really mad at the Sabres for a lot of reasons, but as a goalie, last night, Owen.
There's not a whole lot you can do as the Sabres as a goalie last night to see a guy go in and just... Reimer, I give him credit. He's one of those guys. There are often players that look a little janky as they're playing the position, especially goaltenders. It's such a unique, personalized sort of job. And guys really struggle with, I think, looking wacky and still making saves and getting discredited for looking wacky.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And that was not last night with James Reimer. He was a disaster last night.
Just all over the place.
Just sloppy.
His tracking was all off. You could see his eyes were not on the puck. He's letting, just that overtime goal is just
it's
horrible.
low. Is it even along the ice and short side?
It's just a short side shot from that off wing is the one save you need to make 10 out of 10 times.
I was going to say, I heard Dan even say this on the broadcast. That shot placement is never existing.
No.
But, so, maybe the defense... I don't even know if this defense, though, is... You would never expect the shooter to place the puck there, but the reason the shooter would never place the puck there is because you should never let that in.
Yeah.
Right?
That is a spot that you should have accidentally covered with 3 different parts of your body. That is the kind of situation we're talking about there. You see him cheat into the inside, and sure, it's an unexpected shot placement. Frankly, I'm kind of shocked the guy put it there, because you would never expect to score there. He might have been looking to pop one out to the middle, and it just ended up getting right by him.
Yeah. All right, well, you've had a lot of experience playing goal, coaching goal. The first, did I text you? No, I texted you if your microphone worked. I didn't actually text you the question. The first goal, I know it's power play. I was ready for someone to call me mad at Owen Power today, but
yeah.
You got a track?
Right.
I'm not a goalie. I feel like that's why I wanted to talk to you today and have you be our new senior goalie correspondent, because on the first goal, in theory, there will be a time where this matters. Maybe this isn't the time, but whatever.
And it probably would be someone that isn't James Reimer, who's 36 years old.
And not trying to get after Reimer too much, but the first goal. Then the second goal. The third goal goes off Clifton, but is that Reimer not committing to the poke check?
That is a goalie that's having a bad night can't get a lucky one.
Okay,
that's that is where you start getting into goaltending is voodoo. And you're having a bad night, and you have a really bad night, and a puck goes in off Connor Clifton's stick off a centering pass that you just can't do anything about, and it doesn't hit you on accident.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that piles on, but it often is all a mental grind after you give up one of those early ones where you know you're swimming. You will not make one of those saves that you shouldn't make after that. It's way too difficult to stay in the game mentally after knowing that wasn't good, and then another one, that wasn't good, and now you're swimming.
How much do you care about, as a goalie, segment is as a goalie, like expected goals? Well, does that mean anything to you?
This is an interesting conversation because I think as goaltenders, your goal obviously is to stop every shot. And so expected goals is, high danger chances, high priority opportunities for the other team. That, as a goaltender, you want those shots almost more than anything because that's your opportunity to make a difference. And if they're harder shots, yes. You're going to stop less of them, yes. But when you're having a good night, those are your opportunities to swing the game your way. And that's where the goaltender comes into play. And that's where he didn't come into play last night.
Yeah.
And then on those lower expected goals chances, he still didn't come into play.
Yeah, that's the one thing about like expected goals. You could have a great night, you give up one bad one, all of a sudden, like your number balloons because you gave up one that was a freebie. Because expected goals at naturalstattrick.com, the Sabres had an expected goals of 6.3, and Montreal was 2.5. And that's power play and everything.
I was going to say that's not 5 on 5.
That's
right?
everything.
Okay,
yeah.
Everything. Montreal was an expected goals of 2.5, and the Sabres were 6.3. They lose this game. And it's never. I feel like it can be an unsatisfying response as a fan to say what's gone wrong this season, and you say your goalies have let you down. But is that true of Luukkonen too, as a goalie in your mind?
Luukkonen for sure, right? Because I remember talking to you last year. We were in the suite, and we were talking about Luukkonen and how I think you told me like he'd been sitting in the net deeper, like he had been playing the position differently, and he was getting better results.
Yes.
And then this year, maybe he's doing the same thing, but his results have reverted back to what he was doing.
I have seen more of that. Those habits from those first few years where he will overslide on pucks, over pursue, and it just takes him out of his net. And I can relate even more to him than I can almost anybody else because of the size thing. Like I'm 6'6",
right?
He's a big guy. Those goaltenders, the kind of goalies that he is and that I was, you cannot get outside the frame of your net and chase. And that is where you run into problems. You overtrack, you lose the play, you stop reading future plays, and you end up getting behind. And you give up goals that you shouldn't give up. Stuff gets through you, especially as a bigger guy. Your holes are bigger. It just gets that much harder. And I have seen with Luukkonen, it looks like he looks jumpier. Last year, I think he looked a lot more calm. He looked more comfortable in his net, and he just stayed with more plays. And if you look back at the last game that Luukkonen had played, there were a couple where he was in the corner sliding. And it's like, that is a sign to me of a goalie that is chasing it. And he's looking, he's fighting for it. And it's just, he's way out of his depth right now. Not out of his depth. That's a poor way to put it. I think that he's not feeling comfortable in his net. If that could be because the team in front of him is playing a different way that's a little more stressful for him. He's got to do a little more. Yeah. Things change like that. Those little minutia of the game can really throw off a goalie. And I think I've seen some of that with Luukkonen this year.
We're talking with our new senior goaltending correspondent, Owen Parker. You may know him as Giant Goalie Son, Bulldogs Giant Goalie Son. He runs our YouTube feed. He's here, and we got to use his expertise here. So let's just keep going. Let's make it a goaltending segment. All right, we've touched on Reimer's night. We've touched on Luukkonen's year. How about Levi? Levi, AHL Goaltender of the Month. Just got that honor. He's having an unbelievable season down there. Every time he goes down there, he is Iron Man.
Yes.
And then he comes up here, and it doesn't go well. So when you watch Levi, what do you see from him that could possibly explain what the difference is? Other than just the talent, because I don't know, and for me, it's hard to believe that you could be that great and then struggle that much just with the jump. Is it more time that's needed?
I absolutely think he needs to cook down there. He needs to get to a place where he mentally, when he comes back up here, it's not a big deal to him. That's what it needs to be. It'll always be a big deal for everybody else. For him, it needs to be, all right, I've done what I need to do. I've done the work that I've needed to do. And now I'm going to go out and just do my thing. Whereas I think when he came in early, especially that first year where he came in, it was so great. And there's so much adrenaline in that, and there's so much energy. And that is not sustainable over a full year. And I think that's where we kind of saw that drop off with him in the NHL, is where you can't have that every night and be at that level every night mentally. You need to be comfortable and confident at a lower wavelength and be even keeled, easy to deal with. Like, you can't get so excited, like, this is my shot. I'm back in the big show. Here we go. I'm good. Let's roll.
Yeah.
It's got to be, all right, I've done the work. I've cooked. I've can do this. I've proved I can do this. These guys trust me. I'm just going to go do my thing.
Well, because of his size, doesn't he have to be almost technically perfect compared to guys that are going to be 4 inches bigger than him?
Absolutely.
When he shows up.
He is because of his size at a disadvantage in terms of he's not going to make accidental saves. Every save he makes has to be purposeful and with intent. Whereas Luukkonen or Ullmark, like we've seen, will get hit with pucks a lot more without really maybe doing the right things and processing things the way he needs to. Whereas with Levi, he comes up and he's one tick jumpy, and that will be that one tick that you get one more goal in, that's one more loss, and that's it. You're back down to the AHL.
Yep.
And he needs to get to a place where he knows, I've been doing this at this level, at the professional level against men for 2 years. I'm good at it. I've got a 915 save percentage or whatever it is.
It's 920 now, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
It's,
but
it's climbing by the day.
Exactly. And great. Keep it that way. Keep going and get comfortable in that position. Come up here and don't let anything change.
Yeah.
I think we saw him get excited, and it's hard not to. And I'm sure he had a lot of purpose in, I don't want to be that. I don't want that to happen, but it's impossible to avoid. At that age, at that position, there's so much pressure. It's just, there's way too much going on. That's why you don't see guys that young succeed at this level.
Yeah. I'm thinking about franchise quarterback stuff, like you go in there and you're just swimming. Yep. And it's not until you're comfortable or cool that you actually kind of figure that all out.
Yep.
So let them cook down there. Meanwhile, the Sabres, they're what they are. So, all right.
Exactly.
Thanks, Owen.
No problem.
Senior goaltending correspondent.
Let's go.
Owen Parker joining us. He wasn't on the actual camera because we might need another camera or two in here.
He's also operating the camera in there, so when he's in here,
that's right.
We need a remote.
The bullpen has referred to him as the bullpen secretary of goaltending.
All right, bullpen secretary of goaltending. There you
go.
Official secretary of goaltending. I don't mind that. It's like a cabinet position.
Man of many titles.
Seriously, if you don't have goalie friends in your life, because you know how it works, it's never a goalie's fault. Publicly, the team in front of him is going to always say this and this and this, and then the coach might once in a while, which Lindy did last night, say sometimes you need a save.
Yeah,
that's why reaching out to goalie friends is key. Like, all right, as a goalie, I feel like he should have made that save, and if your goalie friend says yes, like okay, I'm gonna say that on Twitter. I'm gonna say that on the radio. He played a lot of goal. He says that should have been a save. Honestly, like. The first power play goal, the Caulfield goal, I thought, like, just come on.
Yeah, Power's got to mark his man there, but
sure.
But
there's supposed to be a goalie there when Caulfield shoots,
and he's just kind of reaching back, like, I'm just out of it. I'm 36, and I'm playing for the Sabres at the end of the season, just like
which got me thinking. They're we don't really go in on this too much. The last 5 years of the plan in goal, how's it been?
The last 5 years?
Since Linus Ullmark left, how has the goalie plan been?
Which, by the way, I always remember saying that I would have paid him every cent that the Bruins did, if not more, because what was the difference? You needed to spend to the cap anyway.
Yeah.
And he was young, right? He was 27 at the time, 28 at the time. Like, what was the difference? He wasn't worth $6 million a year. Who cares? You rather have a $4 million guy and give $2 million to Ben Bishop to not play for you? Because that's what they did, right? But anyway, so they didn't do that.
But they didn't have to pay $4 million to Ben Bishop. It was like $1 million. It was the cap.
But the cap hit was.
No, but the point is they only had to pay. That's why they did it.
Right. So, anyways, they let Ullmark walk, and then is it immediate to Anderson?
It's Anderson and UPL and
Okay, right. So
I'm trying to get my timeline.
At that point,
where's Carter Hutton in this plan?
you know what it is like? That is just we're just buying time here. We're just wasting time. We're not ready to win yet, right? That is like year one of we're kind of tearing it down to the studs. Eichel's been traded, Reinhardt's been traded, right? And Luukkonen was still probably the best goalie prospect in the organization. Levi had just arrived via trade, and he was in college, so that's not a factor yet. So it's Anderson and Tokarski, right? But whatever, it's just buying time. It's just wasting time until you start getting good, and then the idea I would have thought would have been, all right, well, once we start getting good, then we'll figure out the net.
It's Anderson, Tokarski, Aaron Dell, UPL, Malcolm Subban, and Michael Hauser.
Aaron Dell, who didn't he get suspended?
Aaron Dell played 12 games.
Didn't he take a dude out?
Maybe.
Think he took Ottawa. Drake Batherson, I think he took out and stopped him from playing the All-Star game.
Then the plan is UPL, Craig Anderson, and Comrie.
Comrie
2 years,
becomes the plan.
Had a limited sample in Winnipeg. He was good in like 20 games. They brought him here.
Actually, remember, that's their plan B. They tried to trade for Matt Murray, and Matt Murray told them no.
That's right.
So they tried that, and then their backup was Comrie.
Yep.
With Anderson. And to me, the stop along the way for how it's gone with goaltending that is as egregious as it could possibly be, that there's no excuse for, is in the middle of the 22-23 season that they missed by 1 point, there was no debate. They needed a goalie.
Yep. Their best save percentage was Levi at .905.
Luukkonen had a month that convinced guys, I guess he's fine. He's good enough. When I remember breaking down that month, like he was winning games and they were allowing 3-4 goals every night that he was winning games. The numbers were not good, and they just kept rolling with him. They decided not to trade a goalie. Wasn't the rumor that they were afraid that Levi wasn't going to sign if they had traded for a goalie?
Yep.
So they probably cost themselves a playoff spot by doing that. By going that whole year, Anderson couldn't stay healthy, Comrie was terrible, Luukkonen was too young, and either because of Levi or because they were convinced that Luukkonen was something that he wasn't, that they thought that was enough. And they missed the playoffs because of it. And maybe history would be completely different if they just trade for Cam Talbot in the middle of that season.
Cam Talbot.
That's the one stop along the way they should have done something right then and there, and they blew their opportunity.
Well, 803-0550 is our phone number if you want. The trade deadlines this week, some goalie chatter. They lost last night. This is the kind of thing where I'm not here to tell you about moral victories, but for a team that could, should I say this? People are going to be mad. They have not quit. They didn't quit in the first period. You got Dahlin and Tage getting their noses dirty again and again and again and again.
Yeah.
I was impressed with Dahlin. Like, this guy, don't ever accuse this guy of checking out. He might take a bad penalty from time to time.
He might have taken 3 last night.
He might have. But he's not checked out. That's for sure.
No,
And the team did not check. After a first period that looked like it could have been 7-0, it's 3-0, and they tie the game and go to overtime.
Yeah.
That's not bad. Like, that shows you a pulse. That's the kind of game where it would be very easy to come in and say, somebody's got to be fired. There's no pulse in this organization. They actually have a pulse. Mm-hmm. They need better players. And, I'm watching that game last night, especially, and then the overtime winner is like the cherry on top of you cannot be serious in goal with this. You can't. Yeah. And then I start thinking years back, and here you are about this point about the playoffs. They missed by a point, and their goaltending was terrible that year.
Yeah, and they didn't do anything.
No. Levi saved them to keep them in the race. A 21-year-old guy out of college came in and was your best.
Right.
So it's tough. It's real tough. And I think it gets tougher every day to defend anything Kevin Adams has done or mainly hasn't done as we get to the deadline. And the reporting is the Sabres are expected to have a quiet deadline because they don't want picks and prospects. And there's a deeper conversation to get in with that, which we will. We'll get some phone calls in as well, 803-0550. I kind of have the thought on the Sabres, Joe, before we get to break, where, people have checked out. A lot of people have checked out. A lot of people haven't. And a lot of people have checked out but just keep looking over there like, is anything happening? Mm-hmm. people are ready to come back at the instant that they deserve it. And the GM needs
they
to.
don't.
No, they don't, because the GM needs to be so much better. It was unintentionally funny when he was on with the Show Up on the Bulldog on Friday and referred to when I laid out our plan 4 or 5 years ago. That was unintentionally funny to hear the words 4 or 5 come out of his mouth. So
Yeah.
it's it's super frustrating. They lost a game last night where they were the better team, except they got destroyed on special teams and on goaltending, which has been the normal thing for them
Yeah.
for multiple years. All right, we'll get a break in. 803-0550. As a goalie, new segment. I'm telling you, it's great.
I mean, we're going to need it at this rate. We've needed it every year except for last year, right?
Yeah.
Was last year like their only good year of goaltending in like 10 years?
Yeah, and Luukkonen was really good last year. And then they signed him to a 5-year deal.
Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number. We'll get some phone calls. Good morning to the chat. They're very excited that Owen's a part of the show again. And now he's back there, telling you guys to behave in the bullpen. Khalil Shakir drives a Subaru. We got the content I'm going to deliver to you out of that is just it's wonderful.
What's wrong with Subaru?
Nothing. He is a Subaru.
Yeah, right. Okay, good. Yeah.
It's perfect.
He's a Subaru.
He's a Subaru. Is he not?
Yeah.
He's not a sports car.
Yeah.
He is Mr. Reliable.
He's not a sedan.
He's not a no. He's a super useful
Although
Subaru.
I guess Subaru makes sedans too.
They do. They make a lot of cars. All right, we'll get a break in. We'll get some phone calls. We'll get some comments on the chat. We'll check in with Lindy Ruff at 8, Matt Perino on the Bills, and a trade idea at 9. Plenty to come here on WGR.
Sabres fall last night in overtime. They were down 3-0 in the first period. They did fight their way back. Dahlin scored with just over a minute to play, and then the Sabres lost it in overtime. Matheson scores for Montreal to win it. The Sabres still in last place. Montreal fighting for a playoff spot. Tonight, Sabres and Sharks at KeyBank Center. It is Buffalo Bills night at the arena. 7 o'clock puck drop. We'll have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. The Bengals have franchise tagged T. Higgins officially for the second year in a row. Today's the deadline to do that. The Vikings, according to Adam Schefter, are unlikely to place the tag on Sam Darnold, who's expected to be the number one free agent corner on the market. Bengals corner Mike Hilton, potentially on the move. He posted on X, implying that his time in Cincinnati is over. He would be a cap casualty if they are to officially release him. Also, Chris Godwin is now going to be the top free agent receiver if he makes it there, with Higgins being tagged. Jeremy Fowler says that the Patriots will be involved in the Chris Godwin sweepstakes should he actually make it to the market. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Bryson along with Paterka, far circle, one-timer scores! Tage Thompson with a bullet, 99 miles an hour from TNT, and it's a 3-2 game now. Sabres down by 1.
One of your Firth moments of the game, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. That Tage Thompson rocket.
That shot was awesome.
It was awesome because
that was awesome.
Montembeault from Montreal should have asked our senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker about this. It whizzed by him, and then he looked again. Like, what?
What happened?
That went in?
Yeah.
I thought I saw something. What was that? Tage wasn't on the Four Nations team. That's fine. Anyway.
Neither was Cole Caulfield, who scored. Did he score twice last night? He scored at least once last night. Yeah.
Bill Guerin watching that game being like, no, Chris Kreider was really important to have.
Jeez, some of those roster decisions.
Yep.
You mentioned Dahlin, was kind of running around like a. I love watching him when he's like that on one, especially when they're nowhere in the standings, right? Like the game really doesn't matter that much. So you know what? You want to throw Brendan Gallagher over their goaltender? I'm gonna smile when that happens. You want to, He takes a shot at Jake Evans that cost them a penalty and cost them a goal, I think, right? There was the interference penalty in the third period, whatever. Dahlin really wears how mad he is on his sleeve, doesn't he?
Yep.
More than anybody?
Yep.
And I'm going to make this comparison without jumping to what you would inevitably think you'd be jumping to by making this comparison.
I'm ready.
He's Eichel.
Yeah.
Eichel was always the guy that
smashed his stick.
Smashing his stick. He always smashed. He did it on the post. He did it over his leg. He was just throwing stuff on the bench. This is ridiculous. He would be PO'd. And that's Dahlin. Best players on the team, they can't win. And when it's not going their way, they're both individuals that are furious.
Yep.
Again, I'm not going to take the leap to the next, part of that conversation because I don't think it needs to be had, but
803-0550. Get some calls in. Bills introduced Khalil Shakir so he could talk about his contract extension yesterday. We got some good stuff out of that.
Will he be there tonight?
Shakir. Oh, it's Buffalo Bills night.
It's Buffalo Bills night. If he's in town, don't they, newly signed Khalil can get a rouse out of the...
That's right. It's Bills night at the Sabres game tonight for the Sharks.
I heard Dunleavy last night say that McDermott will be there.
Okay.
He'll be one person that'll be there.
Allen...
I'm sure Deion Dawkins.
Deion will be there.
He actually lives at the arena.
Dawkins was at Monday Night Raw last night.
Was he? Okay,
yes,
then he will 1,000%.
He had a very
there,
cool Buffalo Bills belt.
Okay.
Yep. All right, we'll get some calls in. Larry in South Florida. Hey, Larry.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. A lot to unwrap here. So it's really difficult to think who's to blame when I'm trying to just unwrap everything and say, all right, maybe it's a scouting department. So when you look, we got Owen Power, number one pick. It doesn't look like it's really panning out. I know he's young. He needs to develop. So you got Benson, who's a regular player, but not. I mean, he's tough. He's in the corner, but he's not really, developing. Middlestat's already gone. They already gave up on Savoy. So you start to think about the scouting department, but then you look around the league and you see all of our draft picks that are just out there. Some are like insane superstars, and some are, just really good third and fourth line players. So one of my thoughts is, why are we even talking about the trade deadline on the 7th? Because it doesn't matter. Right now, it does not matter. We are not making the playoffs 14 years in a row, which just makes me want to vomit every time I think about that in the NHL, that you can't get in the top 50% one time. So my thought is, yeah, let's get Patterson. Great. Love it. Love to have him. But why now? Because it's not going to matter.
Well, the reason you would do it now is because the deal is there now. You would do the deal whenever the deal presents itself. If Vancouver, hold on, Larry. If Vancouver wants to trade with you and you want Pettersson and they think that Dylan Cousins will help them this right now, then that's why you make the deal right now.
No, I understand, and then trust me, Jeremy, I do get that. But the bigger point here is, for me at least, this trade or any other major trade or any other major move, it should have happened when we were on a 13-game losing streak.
Yep.
You don't recover from those. I mean, we proved it when we lost 10 in a row a couple years back. We could not make it up. And Paul made that comment. I think it happened way back in October and November, and he said, you just don't recover from those. It's true. How can Terry Pegula be so invested with the Bills, so committed to winning with the Bills, and then let the Sabres just sit there idle? Kevin Adams is horrendous. I mean, horrendous. Sure, he's a nice guy, not the point. If you're the type of GM that can't really get somebody to make a trade with you or get the right people in to run the organization that you need to get, then you are not the right person for the job. So you have to go. Pegula's got to spend the money, go out and get a GM, give him the freedom to do whatever the heck it is he needs to do to turn this team around, or sell the team to somebody who's committed to keeping the team in Buffalo and make him winning. Now, I saw an article when I just laughed because I love Ryan Reynolds. Man, would that be cool if he bought the team and turned around like he did that soccer team you guys talk about all the time? I'm on board with that, but
yeah, the thing of
frustration.
Thanks, Larry. I don't watch Welcome to Wrexham. The thing about that soccer team is they took them from like the bottom tier.
They were the 5th tier.
So they're playing in the ECHL.
Or even
they
might have been lower than that.
They poured money into an ECHL team and got into the AHL.
Yeah, they've gone from I think maybe it was like the 6th tier, and now they're in the 3rd tier.
Okay,
and they're good in the 3rd tier, so maybe they might go to the 2nd. So but it's so different. Like they've gone up 4 leagues maybe by the end of this year, and he wanted to buy the Ottawa Senators right a couple of years ago.
Yep.
On Adams, the 13-game losing streak, absolutely sure they should have made a deal then, try to save the season. They should have done something there. Might have been harder for them to do something during that 13-game losing streak because things are harder for them. They should have made a trade 2 years ago. 2 years ago when Chychrun was available and they needed a goaltender, and they sat on their hands and did nothing because they thought that it was all growing organically. That was a moment where the team was pretty good, and you probably could have convinced a lot more players then than you could now.
We're in a playoff race.
We're in a race. We might make it, and you should come here because it's turning around. It was new. It was fresh. Granato was well-liked by almost every player in the league. You could have done it right then and there, and you chose not to. That year was the inaction that sunk them, because that was the moment they could have made these trades that are so hard for them to make now.
Yeah.
And they actively decided not to make those deals then because of the plan. I'm rolling my eyes constantly at the constant messaging of, we're open to big moves. They weren't always open to big moves, right?
No.
That wasn't the attitude. They've been open to big moves since what? June of 2023?
They've been open to big moves when it involves sending the biggest piece away, which gets to something Larry brought up early about like these big trades that they've made. And there was a report, or then there have been multiple reports, that they might be gun shy. because they trade players away and those players have success and they're afraid.
Friedman mentioned that.
Okay, and they're afraid that's going to happen again. And the obvious thing to say here is it depends on which player you're talking about, but if you're talking about Dylan Cousins or who else is this?
Byram.
Okay, Byram. I don't think Dahlin and Tage
Paterka, maybe.
enter this conversation. Sure, Paterka, Quinn. You also traded away Ristolainen. He hasn't done anything. So the GM needs to know, all right, is this an Eichel or is he a Ristolainen? And with Dylan Cousins, he's a lot more Ristolainen than he is Eichel. Let's be real. You're afraid that Dylan Cousins might have success elsewhere? Sure, he might. That's not a reason. I was listening to Sabres Live yesterday. The Rangers made a trade where they traded Adam Fox's defense partner, right? The guy who played with him all the time. They just traded that guy. Lindgren is his name?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And I thought, can you imagine if the Sabres trade an actual rostered player to try and just get better? I guess that's Middlestat for Byram, and that's the only one.
But that's one over 5 years.
Adams has 5 years, and he really has 2 trades. It's Middlestat for Byram and McLeod for Savoy.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all there is. Jordan Greenway, I guess that's a decent move.
That's a second-round pick a few years before.
That's it. In 5 years, that's it. It's kind of nuts. Pointed out yesterday on Twitter that during a season where they lost 13 games in a row, they've made 4 moves. You know what the 4 moves are? They traded with the Penguins, Colton Poolman for Bennett MacArthur. How about that one? They waived Reimer, they claimed Reimer, and they waived Nicholas Aube-Kubel. That's the season. That's what the GM's done during the year. It's wild.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure he's the biggest problem. Larry's on about ownership. Whatever. I don't know what kind of resources he really has. But, it's maddening, and I feel like I don't always want to feel checked out because it won't take them much to get everybody back. I know that. 2 years ago, like you said, everybody was back and kind of ready. And Levi going out at night. I can remember being at Sal's 50th birthday party. We're all out.
Yes,
and we got
that's the Ranger game.
Yeah, we've got the game on. Is that Levi's first start? I think it's his first.
I think it is.
Yeah. And we're locked into the game, and he was amazing, and they won.
Skinner wins it in overtime, and he immediately points to Levi on the other end, and that was great. And I wonder what that win would have put them. 1 point out?
I don't know.
3 points out?
Might have been 4 or 5. 803-0550. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff coming up at 8 o'clock. Matt Perino, 9 o'clock. It's a Tuesday. Shorts report? Shorts?
No.
It's going to be almost 60 today.
The first number on the temperature today was a 3.
People are counting on us. All right, fine. The shorts report
tomorrow,
is
I thought.
0 for 4.
Tomorrow's the real warm day.
Oh, we'll have to give you a shorts report
I'll wear
tomorrow.
I might wear shorts tomorrow. I might.
You might not want to. It's supposed to be really bad. It's supposed to be the.
What about shorts with the long athletic-y underwear that come down to your knees or below your knee, to your shins? Would that count?
What?
As wearing shorts? You know what I'm talking about.
You going to the gym or are you going to work?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you're training. You're doing
the training.
Like you're doing dry land training.
Right. Yeah. Because then I've got something protecting my legs, but I am still wearing shorts.
Yeah, but how much does that really do for your legs?
You can't claim to wear shorts if something's covering your legs.
But I am wearing shorts.
That doesn't count.
I could wear shorts over my pants right now, and I am technically wearing shorts.
True. I mean, I'm wearing a T-shirt, and if I wear a parka over it, am I wearing a T-shirt to a Bills game? Well, maybe not.
Yeah.
We'll get a break in. 803-0550 to join us. 1-888-552-550. Coming up, among other things, Khalil Shakir is a Subaru. And some off-season stuff. Some names are hitting the market. Darius Slay, free agency around the corner, legal tampering less than a week away. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. which means a couple things. One, we got those Punchki donuts out here. And what else? Josh, what's Fat Tuesday?
Fat Tuesday, more commonly known as Mardi Gras, is the... where'd it go? There we go. The day of feasting before the fasting of Lent. The name comes from the French words mardi, meaning Tuesday, and gras, meaning fat.
Oh, all right.
Very simple.
Tuesday fat.
All right.
So that means
donuts.
we are on the edge of fish fry season.
Right. That'd be next Friday then, really, right? Would be the first.
Go.
Yeah. I'm into that.
Fish fry season. Next Friday, not this Friday? I guess it doesn't start till Sunday.
Okay, right, yeah. No, yeah, because Sunday. So next Friday, I bet.
All right, here's a hot take I've never thought of before. Is St. Patrick's Day the unofficial start of fish fry season? It moves around a little bit.
The problem...
It's kind of like Memorial Day in summer. It's not exactly lined up.
It's close. It's
but
close.
You have St. Patrick's Day, and then you start eating fish fries.
Yeah. March 17th this year for St. Patrick's Day. So, well, no, every year, right? That doesn't move around.
No, that doesn't move around. The parade moves around. Parades, I should say.
Yeah.
It's a Monday this year, so, okay.
Well, you don't want to wait till St. Patrick's Day because you might be skipping a fish fry Friday then if you do that. Because you'll get next Friday.
Today's also known as Pancake Tuesday.
What's that mean? That's where you
It's just another...
You get smashed by an offensive lineman. If you go to the stadium, Spencer Brown is waiting there to smash you into the ground.
Actually, you walk into the grocery store, your job, and Brian Campbell just hits you over the middle of the ice.
Fat Tuesday. All right. Fish fry is where you're going to give us a take. I'm bracing myself. Is this where you say that?
No, great.
That tartar sauce is bad?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Go a little vinegar over the fish, just a little bit.
A lemon squeeze over it?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't get a high take. Fish fry is just good.
Yeah. Who doesn't love a fish fry?
Can't beat a good fish fry.
Yep.
What's the go-to sides?
Fries.
Yeah.
Fries and...
I want a little max... is it max salad or is it just coleslaw that they put on the side?
A lot of coleslaw.
I think there's like a...
I go to a place that gets both. You get fries, coleslaw, and
I want
mac
multiple
salad.
sides. Yeah. I want multiple... Any meal that you can get like 3 smaller sides rather than 1 big side is like, that's a move. I went to a barbecue place on Saturday. Like, there's nothing better than like, oh, I get to pick 3 sides. Let me just sit here. Well, take a look, gander at the list. Let me pick 3 sides. It's always a great moment when you get to pick 3 or 2.
Well, it's going to be warm today. Flood watch for, I think, the entire area. It's going to flood. I mean, everything's going to melt, and then it's going to rain. Made sure to get my dog outside to play yesterday because I'm not going to see outside for days. It's going to be a mess out there. I mean, he'll go out, but, 803-0550, our phone number. Lindy Ruff at 8 o'clock. And Matt Perino, the Shout Podcast, at 9. Some Bills matters to get to, the franchise tag, some big names hitting the market in free agency, and Khalil Shakir speaking with the media yesterday, which gives us a fun conversation to have. 803-0550 to join us. You join us in the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat as well, and be a part of our bullpen. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Sabres fall last night in Montreal. They were down 3-0 in the first period. They rallied. Rasmus Dahlin scored to tie the game with just over a minute to play, but the Sabres lose in overtime. Back-to-back losses to the Canadiens. They'll play tonight back home against San Jose. It is Buffalo Bills night at the arena. We'll have pregame starting at 6. Puck drop is at 7 here on WGR. To football, Bills reserve tight end Armani Rogers, who they signed to a futures contract in the spring, tears his Achilles training for the season, so he will not play this upcoming season, or will not be at training camp, really more so. Elsewhere around the NFL, T. Higgins was franchise tagged for the second year in a row by the Cincinnati Bengals. That'll be a $26 million cap charge to Cincinnati. The Vikings, according to Adam Schefter, are unlikely to place the tag on Sam Darnold, so he's expected to hit free agency and likely be the top quarterback paid. Bengals corner Mike Hilton implying that his time in Cincinnati is done on Twitter yesterday. He would be a cap casualty. And Chris Godwin, if he's to hit the market, the Patriots will be interested. Jeremy Fowler reporting that of ESPN yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
It was funny. I'm putting myself on blast here a little bit, but I drive a Subaru, so the guys always make fun of me for what I drive. And Curtis is like, congrats, man. Now you're going to get yourself another car, So I actually don't think I want to get rid of it. Maybe just drive something else in here every now and then just so Curtis sees and he doesn't make any more jokes, But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it's definitely, I feel some sort of way towards it. It's got the tinted windows, just a normal white Subaru with tinted windows, and I think it looks pretty crazy, but I love it. So we'll see.
Khalil Shakir at his press conference yesterday. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. A warm-up Tuesday, flooding in the area expected. And Shakir talking yesterday about his new extension. The Sabres lost in overtime last night. We spent a lot of time in the first hour talking about that. And if you want to throw something our way, we'll be happy to have it. Lindy Ruff joining us at 8 o'clock. Shakir, I think Shakir is a Subaru.
He's a Subaru?
Yeah.
He's not a sports car, or he's definitely not a truck.
No. And Subaru owners love their Subarus.
Yep, that's me.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
I think he's a Subaru. Which leads to the...
versatile, right?
Reliable. Mm-hmm. Does the job.
Yeah.
Performs beyond expectation.
Consistent is a word that might come to mind.
Yeah, sure.
For Shakir.
Which, of course, leads to the question, what are the other Bills pass catchers as vehicles?
Ooh. Yeah. Okay. So I think they don't have a Ferrari.
No.
So
that's right.
We can't go there. From last year, for instance, what Amari Cooper is a, I don't know what Amari Cooper is. He's like an 07 Corvette, right? Yeah. You see him on the road, and you're like, "Oh, it's a Corvette." Yeah, that's an older Corvette, though. I think over there
probably doesn't have the technology.
The ones with remember the Corvettes that had the headlights that would flip open.
Oh yeah,
but they were closed all other times of the day. Yeah. That's Cooper.
My first car had those headlights. It was not a Corvette.
They flip up.
Yeah, they popped up. It was a Dodge Daytona. Those headlights popped up and then went back down.
Okay. Yeah, that's Cooper.
All right.
Once upon a time, that was a sharp car. Now it's still a sharp car, just not the wow factor isn't there anymore.
Mac Hollins is one of those Jeeps without the doors on it.
Yes,
useful,
100%,
rugged, maybe not perfect in all conditions, but it looks cool. People seem to like it. People want to get to know it. I'm like, look at that. The Jeep's got no doors on it.
Yeah,
that's fun.
Like a Keon Coleman being like a Cybertruck. It looks cool. You think it's going to do the job, and then it just doesn't.
I don't really know much about them.
They get stuck all the time.
I don't think they look cool. I think Keon's a muscle car. I think he's like
the chat thinks he's a fan boat.
A fan boat.
Like a Bayou boat with the big fan on the back.
Okay. It's also not that's not a car.
Is that because
it's a vehicle?
They get high speed, but they don't turn very well? I don't know. I'm just guessing. Why did they say fan boat? Anyway, Shakir, Subaru.
Okay.
It's fair. T. Higgins in the news. He got franchise tagged. And the Bengals, the Bengals, the story on them is
they released a lineman. There might be, Mike Hilton thinks he might be about to get released.
Yep.
Good defensive player of theirs.
The Bengals say that they have the, quote, whoever said this, the intent of continuing to work toward a long-term deal with Higgins.
Okay.
You want to do a few minutes on receivers here? Because I keep arriving at a point. I think that there is receiver fatigue, but we should fight against that for this very reason. So Higgins is franchise tagged. The next best free agent receiver on the market is Chris Godwin. I think he's going to stay in Tampa. And then after that, you're at Hollywood Brown and Diggs. And
Cooper. Cooper's, like, one reason he might be gone, more than just the Bills think they can maybe upgrade from him, is if you're a receiver-needy team, if you're New England or whoever, like, I think if you watched him last year, you would easily get to, okay, this guy's not the same. But is a team going to go, well, there's not much. This guy had 1,200 yards 14 months ago. Let's do that. Let's give him $12 million a year. Like, I could see Cooper getting overpaid by somebody on the name and the recent success of what he had 2-3 years ago. So, like, he gets paid, I think, something reasonable. And then you're at, like, secondary receivers, like, pretty quickly.
Yep.
Keenan Allen, Darius Slayton, Elijah Moore, Mike Williams, Nelson Aguilar, Josh Palmer, who we had as one of our free agent ideas of the day. I mean, the list gets thin. Tim Patrick. Mm-hmm. You want to do that? Trent Sherfield is on a list. Trent Sherfield's name being on a list that I pulled up at Sharp Football Analysis should tell you all you need to know about the receiver market. That it's going to be really bad. Deontay Johnson, is someone convinced them to try that on?
That's tough. Yeah, like
everyone's got baggage.
The Metcalf trade idea is probably the best idea for what they could do. It's their best idea. I don't know if it's the only good idea. Drafting one.
Well, the name not on this list that I think the second he gets released is going to be the number one name on this list is Davante Adams.
Okay.
Davante Adams is a better player than, maybe you could argue Godwin when healthy is better, but Godwin's coming off a major knee injury. So the second Adams becomes available, he shoots to the top of this list. He's the best free agent receiver when he becomes available.
And I was thinking about it this way, just on the receiver point. We're kind of all assuming Mac Hollins is back. He is not re-signed, but let's just kind of assume that he is. Everybody loves Mac Hollins, and he'll be back. And as soon as they sign Mac Hollins, they will have the exact receiver core they did before they traded for Cooper. And when they traded for Cooper, it was desperation.
Yeah.
In the good way. They were very desperate. They made a move, and it helped them. Now, re-sign Mac Hollins. It's no longer week 5, who can we get? Mm-hmm. Trade for Mac Hollins. Trade for Amari Cooper. Instead of that, we are the same level of desperate. We know what this looks like without Cooper. And while he didn't put up numbers, there's Bean talking about his lack of production, saying, well, when he was in, Cooper was in, we scored 7 more points per game. Like, okay, then you're going to need somebody over there. And you've made shrewd decisions on lots of players over the years. And Cooper, I would think, would be one to be shrewd on, especially because he's a guy you rented for a half a season or 3/4 of a season. So they'll be as desperate as they were, and they'll have a lot more options and a lot more to spend on it, whether that's money, draft capital, whatever. Which brings me to Adams. He'll get released because no one's going to pay that cap hit that he's due.
Right.
He'll get released, and then it'll be the Bills aren't we going to get the Bills are interested in Davante Adams? What would stop them? What would stop them is the idea that they don't want that type of guy again. How could you? I mean,
but don't we think they wanted him 5 months ago?
Yeah,
3 months ago, however long ago that was.
The day before they traded for Cooper. Yeah,
I think they already wanted him. So I don't know. I don't know how different acquiring Cooper was, other than Cooper just wasn't as good as you might have thought. Like I'm sure they wanted Cooper to put up more production than he did. And then then I have all the confirmation I need that they wanted a guy like that. Mm-hmm. They went out and got one. It just didn't go. He got a wrist injury and he didn't play all the snaps, and that's just how it went. But I feel like they were in on Adams right to the very end of that. It lines up with the fact they traded for Cooper the minute after it happened. So, you know what would stop it is if they think they can get Garrett, right? If they think that there's something else out there that, because they have more space than they did last year, but they're still over the cap. They got to pull those levers to create all the space. So they're going to want to add assets on defense, right? So what would stop them is, well, we want to pay Khalil Mack, and we want to pay this corner, and maybe we want to talk to Javon Holland. Maybe we want to do all these things on defense, and we want to divest our capital there. That'll make us less likely to go all out to get Davante Adams, who's going to want something. He's not going to get $35 million a year, but is he going to go to a team like I want 20? I don't really know what Adams' market might be, honestly. He's kind of a weird one because of his age.
Sure, but
he's still very good.
And not only very good, but still good. But if he's the number one option on the market, then that's going to be in the 20s. Right.
So I don't know. Like one part of Adams last year that would be different is so looking at his spot track page, this was true of Cooper too. When you traded for him, his cap hit was really low because the Raiders had already paid for signing bonuses, right? And so when the Jets acquire him, what did he cost them on their cap for 11 games? $3.2 million. That's another big difference. Mm-hmm. You're not getting him this year for $3.2 million on your cap, right? Like you're getting him for 15 on your cap, probably. So that could be another difference. I think they like the player. I wonder if they think it fits into their offseason plans more than it would have during the season.
It is a tough line for Bean to walk, right? In terms of what do you pursue the most aggressively. Andrew Filipponi from Pittsburgh, former WGR host colleague, he was texting me yesterday asking me about, do you think the Bills will go for Myles Garrett? I'll ask you the questions he asked me. You tell me how.
Okay.
He said, I don't know where you think the Bills, there's any way they trade for Garrett?
Yes.
Yeah, I wrote back, I think they'll absolutely try.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. Will Cleveland trade him? I don't know. Will someone come up with a better package? I don't know. He asked what I thought they'd give up. I have no idea.
Multiple firsts.
Yeah, it's tough to know that one.
Yeah,
but I think they would pay the price. Then he asked, what about Khalil Mack? Definitely.
Sure. Yep.
Definitely. Plays a lot. Still a difference maker. Not Myles Garrett, but yes.
Yep.
Yes. And then it was, would they give up a first for Metcalf? Like he's just firing questions at me.
Wow, yeah.
To which I said, yes. I think they would.
Yes.
I think they would.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's the 30th pick. Would you give up next year's first? How about that one? You want to get your defensive
next year's first for Metcalf?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they would. They want speed, right? Mm-hmm. They say they want speed. So this would be, all right, here you go. This guy is big and fast, even.
I have yet to see anything that convinces me that Seattle would want to trade Metcalf.
I know.
Why would they want to do it? The coach is in his second season.
Okay, so go ahead.
Is he about to get a big new contract? Is that it?
I think the only reason to check in with them or to make an offer, because didn't you point out, didn't the coach, or was it the offensive coordinator?
The offensive coordinator got the job in part, and all the coordinators were asked, what will you do to maximize DK Metcalf? And the guy that got the job,
right,
according to the head coach, had the best answer.
Okay. So the coaching staff, the organization, if I could put them over here and say they don't want to get rid of Metcalf, then the only thing that I can have happen that would jar him loose and get it to where like we could talk about the trade idea in Bean or someone else, the Packers have already made one, I guess, but you can make a trade offer, is I need Metcalf to kind of ice out the Seahawks. That doesn't even have to mean like demand a trade or, make it ugly, just not sign. He's got 1 year left on his contract. I need him to make him available as an idea for the Bills. I need Metcalf to make the Seahawks think he's not going to stay.
Yeah,
because he's got 1 year left on his contract,
and his cap hit this year is $31 million.
Huge.
So
that's a huge number.
You are at.
They're going to want that lower.
You're at redo the deal.
So they might have a decision, even if they restructure and like there's void years and stuff, right? So can they like I don't know. You can't really extend him without getting him to agree. You can restructure, but you can't extend him without him getting to agree to it. So if I'm Seattle, I probably want him to extend this summer. And if he's not willing to do that, then that's maybe when the trade door opens up. But I need that to happen. I need Metcalf to say, I don't want to play with Geno Smith anymore. I want to go somewhere out east, and I want to play with a top quarterback. I need that to happen.
He is 27, Metcalf.
Okay.
That's not bad, right?
No, that's
he's 27.
That's fine.
He turns
That's
28
fine.
in December, so call this his age 27 season coming up.
He is a man beater.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. A man beater and a press beater. He beats press coverage, he beats man coverage.
Beats press coverage. He's down the field.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's kind of exactly the type of player the Bills need in the receiver room. He's pretty good. He's not like first ballot Hall of Famer like his workout picture before the NFL kind of imposed, but
not yet. He's not.
He's very good.
Get him with Josh Allen for a couple of years. That should be a pitch.
Yeah, that's right.
It? Hey, you want to make the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, right.
But again, I still don't understand why they would trade him.
Yeah, it's just got to be they don't think he'd stay.
Yeah.
And is there any smoke on that? The most there is Schefter tweeted at the trade deadline that Metcalf isn't getting moved today.
Right.
And everybody went, what? Was he supposed to? And nobody knew why that had happened. So maybe Schefter had heard something about Metcalf in a trade at last deadline.
Should we completely eliminate T. Higgins from conversation? Cincinnati is a different team. They franchised him with the intent of working towards a long-term deal. Here's the thing about T. Higgins. If they don't trade him, he leaves next year, and you lose him for nothing. You basically get 1 year of running it back with Burrow, Chase, and Higgins, which you could do, and then next year he becomes a wide-open free agent where he's going to hit for $30 million and go wherever he wants. And you get a compensatory pick is what they'll get.
Right.
Would you instead, if you're Cincinnati, trade him for a first? Should the Bills trade a first for T. Higgins?
Yes. If I said yes on Metcalf, I think you got to say yes on Higgins, right? Higgins is younger, isn't he? 26, 1 year younger. So similar age. Yeah, you would trade a first for Higgins if you were willing to do it for Metcalf. I don't know what to do with them, though, because they're releasing guys to make room for tagging him. So that shows a level of commitment to keeping him. But this is where the Bengals this is where they kind of earn their reputation a little bit, where they're doing business differently. The punishment of tagging him versus the Bills who just get right to extending guys that are worth it is when you extend guys, you're creating your room in the short term. The Bengals are doing the opposite. They couldn't be paying him more this season than with him being on the tag. Any extension, it would be cheaper for them. And then maybe they would have been able to keep Mike Hilton or the lineman that they released the other day.
Alex
Kappa. So they're releasing guys to sign him. I want to think that they'll sign him.
Well,
but it's been, how long's it been? When's the first time that T. Higgins' contract was a question? Was it 3 years ago?
Oh, sure. I mean, going into the final year of a deal, no extension. Franchise tagged him once, no extension. Franchise tagged a second time.
So we're still sitting here. I see. They're just. I want to evaluate them differently than any other team in the league. So that makes it tough to predict. There was the report the other day that they and Jamar Chase are still nowhere near close on an extension. I don't know if I want to trust them to pay any of these guys.
One quick note on Higgins. For the Bills, as an idea, sometimes you want to think about the cap. Sometimes you want to think about culture fit. Sometimes you want to think about scheme fit. One thing about Higgins, I've got this from Matt Harmon at Reception Perception. So he's an outside guy. We know that.
Yeah.
It doesn't take a lot of stuff in the slot really at all. But he is versatile on the outside. He'll both be the X and the Z. He'll play on the line and off the line.
Yeah.
So when I see versatility, don't you think Joe Brady wants – they need a guy that beats man coverage and probably a guy that they would feel comfortable moving around to do it because they like to move their pieces. They like to, mix and match. And, I mean, Cooper, when he got traded for, he did not get a lot of snaps because other guys get mixed in. It's the everybody eats, blah, blah, blah. And I just wonder about Higgins, that outside versatility. Matt Harmon refers to him as an A-tier asset at all three positions that receivers play.
Wow.
So there's versatility.
high praise.
It is. He's not elite like Metcalf is in beating man coverage.
Yeah.
But he does other things.
He'd be the best on the Bills.
Well, all this drives home how difficult it really is to find one of these guys. Where, last year in the draft, it was a packed class, and they go with Coleman. We'll see what he becomes. Jacksonville gets Brian Thomas Jr., and there's Ricky Pearsall, and Ladd McConkey. The Bills probably would have been better off to take two so they could have more options here. It's really tough to ultimately find a guy that does it all. And, you can get by without one. The Bills did pretty well with that last year.
And they probably in most outcomes are not going to have one this offseason.
No, I think that's probably right.
They're not going to get one.
I almost want to temper the receiver train this year because we're going to run it again next year.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to...
You take a break this year. There's not a lot out there that really fits the profile.
It's not a great year for it. Unless, they make some sort of bold move in the draft and they identify someone they really love.
Dare I look at what next year's receiver class looks like?
Free agents?
I mean, Metcalf is the one on the list.
That's right. But a lot of these guys get signed. And a lot of them do. 803-0550, our phone number on the T. Higgins franchise tag. Darnold's interesting.
Darnold's very interesting.
He's not going to get tagged, which... Minnesota, you could have made an easy case to do it. I guess they're just going to turn things to J.J. McCarthy. But they're talking like they want to bring him back. There's no way they can bring him back if they don't franchise him. There's no way. Right?
Darnold?
Yeah, because
There's no way.
If they do that, they have to sign into the kind of money and term that would indicate they're going to trade McCarthy. Or I guess the market would have to be dry enough where they give him a Daniel Jones type deal because not that many teams out there want him.
Oh, that's not going to happen.
I don't think so either, right?
That's going to... Have you thought about the teams that don't have a quarterback right now?
Yeah,
like
Daniel Jones is getting interest.
That's nuts.
That is nuts because if you're Sam Darnold, you're going to get 5 times as much.
Look around. I would say places he hasn't played before. So like the Jets don't work for this, right? Because that would just be weird if he went back there. But isn't every other team that how many teams sitting here right now would think Sam Darnold is our number one plan? Like to me,
Tennessee,
realistically could think he's our number one plan. Tennessee could think that. Mm-hmm. Pittsburgh could think that, right?
Okay.
The Giants could think that. The Giants just need a quarterback. Whoever's going to win the most games for us in 2025. And right now, all right, Tyrod, or you want to go for Rodgers, I guess, or Darnold.
On the Giants, just thinking about the Giants.
And there's more than those couple teams.
Dable was part of the process of drafting Josh. He would have been in a lot of those meetings. He would have been in a lot of the pre-draft, the scout, the interviews, the run him through this. What do you think of this? So he would have been there when they're going through the Darnold, Allen, Mayfield class. Mm-hmm. And there are some that believe the Bills did like Darnold as their number one or number two. It wasn't Mayfield. It wasn't Jackson. It wasn't Rosen. It was Allen, obviously, because they took Allen. And I know many that believe that Darnold was someone they liked. And I wonder if Dable liked him.
I think...
And Joe Shane, for that matter.
That's a good point. I think if I'm the Giants, he's the guy I'd want. And that's even without the potential coach connection. To me, if I'm Darnold, I'm glad that I'm getting away from Minnesota. Not because Minnesota wasn't a great environment for me. The coach was great. I got the best receiver in football. But there are no good quarterback options available right now. It's not a good draft either. And I got a bunch of quarterback needy teams. If I'm Darnold, I think I can make a market. I'm thinking I can create a bidding war for myself. And I could get paid more than I probably should. I could get what's the Mayfield contract? Isn't that 40-something million a year? I mean, that should be a given. Daniel Jones got $40 million a year from the Giants a couple years ago. If I'm Darnold, I think I could really cash out because I'm the best idea for a lot of you teams. Tennessee, Pittsburgh, Giants, Cleveland, maybe. I don't know if Cleveland can pay that. It's Indy. Indy probably goes with Richardson again. The Raiders.
Yeah,
the Raiders are another one. What's the Raiders' best idea? Probably Sam Darnold.
803-0550 to join us. Diana Rossini took up for Shedeur Sanders yesterday on Twitter. A little bit of it's draft season. You get character assassination, and Todd McShay's talked to a couple of different teams that said Sanders did not appear to take it seriously And Rossini had a big, huge, long response about that. So I want to get that to you, see what you think about it, like where that ultimately come from. You could make a case, not to, assassinate the character of a player. It happens all the time. It's part of the draft process, but Sanders is already proven to be polarizing. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. You can give us a ring on free agency as we get closer and closer to that. And the Sabres lost last night to Montreal in overtime. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Jeremy White here to tell you about Riverfront Auto Sales, 1379 Niagara Street in Buffalo. If you are thinking about a pre-owned vehicle, Riverfront can help you. And there's a couple different ways they can help you. One, you can save money. When you go pre-owned, you get your vehicle at a fraction of the cost, of course. You're saving money by not being the one to drive it off the lot brand new. Save tens of thousands of dollars with a beautiful pre-owned vehicle from Riverfront Auto Sales. Any new vehicle, you're going to save a lot of money that way. Of course, Marty Pecoraro, his family dealership there, the Pecoraro family, they've been there for 45 years. And when it comes to knowledge of the vehicles, knowledge of the industry, resale value, your bang for the buck, all of it, Riverfront can help you save money. And they're also offering to double your tax refund. That's back. The promotion to double your tax refund up to $2,000. $500 refund gets you a $1,000 down payment. $1,000 is $2,000 toward any vehicle on the lot. Riverfront has guaranteed credit approval. No matter your situation, they will work with you. Visit Riverfront Auto Sales today. 1379 Niagara Street. Online at riverfrontautosales.com. You can call them at 886-1626. That's 886-1626 for Riverfront.
I'm still
Sabres fall last night to Montreal again. They were down 3-0 in the first. They did rally back to tie the game with over a minute to go. Rasmus Dahlin tied it at 3, but then the Sabres lose in overtime to the Habs. Next up is tonight against the Sharks, Buffalo Bills night at the arena. We'll have pregame at 6, puck drops at 7 here on WGR. To football. T. Higgins being franchise tagged by the Bengals for the second year in a row. Sounds like they're releasing corner Mike Hilton to help make room for that. It's going to cost $26 million to tag Higgins this year. There is a report from Adam Schefter that the Vikings are unlikely to franchise tag Sam Darnold, who's expected to be the number 1 quarterback on the free agent market, which begins in 8 days. Free agency in the new league year is in 8 days. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Walks it to the far circle. Here's a lane. Scores! Rasmus Dahlin launches himself into the glass, and the Sabres, with 1:01 remaining in the game, have stormed back from 3-0 down to tie it at 3 apiece.
One of the Firth moments of the game brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Good Tuesday morning. Is it 60 yet? It is 34. Okay.
Yeah.
High today in the 50s.
That's today?
Yeah, 50.
I thought tomorrow.
No, tomorrow maybe
Tomorrow
60.
also?
Yeah, but tomorrow rain and potentially damaging
All right.
wind and severe thunderstorms. Tomorrow, yeah, it's going to be like 58.
58, and I got the little lightning bolt.
You're
above
going to be
it.
mad about it.
And then
Like our first nice day in a while, and it's going to be crappy.
it's funny, the emoji report on the weather app goes cloud today, lightning bolt tomorrow, snowflake on Thursday.
Nice.
Sweet. And then what's the 3 triangles? That's on Sunday.
Warning? Some sort of warning?
Like 2 little, not triangles, they're diamonds. 2 little diamonds and a big diamond.
that means the ski slope is difficult.
Let's see. Sleet and freezing rain.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see? Yeah, that makes it tough to ski.
I mean, you were technically right, I think. Yeah.
803-0550, our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. Jeremy and Joe, give us a ring on anything, really. You know? We've got
Jimmy Johnson retiring from Fox.
Okay.
I liked him on Fox. Am I allowed to have liked him, though? I've kind of liked him. I hear him on Lebitard's show a lot. But one thing that I hear about him in those interviews, and he's talked about, I think he even wrote a book about this, he's just a completely different person than he was in the 90s.
Yeah.
Like, he's much more upbeat and, like, enjoying life than when he was a coach, when, like, everything was just, like, stress and, I don't know.
Doesn't he just
kind of a jerk.
hang out and fish all day?
He hangs out and fish. He has, like, a beach house that he just lets anybody come to. Belichick and, like, other coaches. Any coach can just, like, show up at his beach house and, like, he'll let him stay with him. But, again, like, this sounds like he's different than he was a total jerk when he was the coach of the Cowboys.
That's like Belichick, too, isn't it? Isn't Belichick going through a complete image overhaul?
A little bit, yeah.
He's coaching college kids.
He's going to be...
And he's on Hard Knocks this year.
Yeah, because they couldn't get an NFL team.
They're doing Hard Knocks UNC.
Isn't that going to be mostly Michael Fabiano stuff? He's the GM of North Carolina.
Okay.
Is it going to be more of him than it's going to be of Belichick?
I don't know.
The Patriots never did Hard Knocks, did they?
I don't think so.
Okay. Like, I'd love to get to see what he's like in those environments. I mean, it's completely new to him.
Yeah.
The college game. By the way, trivia on Jimmy Johnson. He's one of 3 coaches ever to win a Super Bowl and a national championship. Who are the other 2?
One of 3 coaches. I feel like he was the first.
I think he was the first.
Okay, so...
He was the first coach ever to win a national championship and a Super Bowl. There have been 2 since.
Pete Carroll?
Pete Carroll, Seahawks and USC. He's also active.
Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh is not correct, though. He's close, unless you're counting win it as a...
Nope.
No. Heumann was a player either.
You think he's next?
He got to the Super Bowl, and he won a national championship.
Yep. He'd be the favorite to be next.
This should not be difficult to get because it's modern. Won a Super Bowl and a national championship.
So there's a tie-in with this coach. There is a tie-in with Jimmy Johnson.
Oh, then it's Barry Switzer?
Barry Switzer. Was that too
Okay.
easy of a giveaway?
Yeah.
I didn't know if you were going to get there because he won with Oklahoma in
88? 80.
74, 75, and 85.
Okay, 85.
So he won 3 national championships and then the Super Bowl. So
And
there've
then
only been 3 ever.
He won that Super Bowl, and then he disappeared off the face of the earth.
You didn't get another job?
I have no. What'd he do? What'd Barry Switzer do?
He coached the Cowboys until 97. There is not another job listed on his NFL page. He resigned. No, he didn't do anything. He never coached again. Not even as like a coordinator or in college, it doesn't look like. He was on the NFL Fox pregame show in 2007. That's it. All right,
Now,
so yeah, he did. He really did. He disappeared off the face of the earth.
Yeah. So here's a couple things Barry Switzer did in his post-Cowboys career. I mean, this is Wikipedia's kind of going nuts here. He got into acting.
Really?
Yes. He was on a couple
What
different
was Barry-
television shows.
Check out Barry Switzer's IMDb.
He and Toby Keith founded First Liberty Bank in Oklahoma City. He owns a bar and vineyards and a number of small businesses.
So he's just doing side quests.
He's
That's
basically
right.
doing everything but coaching.
Yeah.
He's opening banks and vineyards, but he wasn't coaching.
How about this? Barry Switzer's career record in college is 111-1.
Come on.
3 division titles with the Cowboys in 3 years.
He had 1 loss in college football?
No, 11 losses.
11.
100.
Okay. Well, the 1 was a
11.
tie.
Yeah. 803-0550.
Okay.
Luke in Silver Creek. Hey, Luke, what's up?
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning.
Morning.
I just wanted to ask, so I haven't really paid attention to the Sabres this season until after the Four Nations. The Four Nations face-off fired me up. I got invested into hockey. I heard that there is, a 0.3% possibility that they could make the playoffs. And so, of course, I hopped on DraftKings and started getting invested again, which didn't work out for us. But I guess my question is, are we really about to trade J.J. Peterka and just do this whole thing over again where we trade our young, up-and-coming players to somebody, they go and win a Stanley Cup without us, and then we just get draft picks and draft somebody else who's 17 and wait 5 years to see if they're going to be good? Like when does that, in your guys' opinion, stop and we actually trade for the good player to get over the hump? And, if we do end up going for somebody, who could that be? I don't know. What if we got Brady Tkachuk? He punches people. That's interesting. I don't know if he's an elite scorer or if he's, the guy that's going to put us over the top like that. But just wanted your thoughts on what the Sabres can actually do to get better here.
Thanks, Luke. I mean, Pettersson from Vancouver fits a lot of this idea, but things are going horribly for him, and that's risky maybe. He's a guy that is a good to great player who doesn't have trade protection that you could try to make a move for, and Vancouver would maybe listen. Past that, I mean, the Sabres are in an impossible spot that they kind of have created themselves. And this might even be a point about what happens when your GM is in place too long after having no success. When we talk about the Sabres and the deadline's Friday.
Yeah.
Should they get an offer for Alex Tuck? Let me make this point about Alex Tuck first. They might get a really nice offer for Tuck. Tuck can play. Tuck is cheap. He's on a nice contract, and I want to suggest something. So Alex Tuck has this year and next, right?
Mm-hmm. And then he's 30, I think.
Uh-huh. What happens when his contract comes up if they're still in this spot? Does he want to leave?
Man,
right. Let that land for a minute. He was your face of the guys that want to be here, proud to wear the crest. And if you lose that guy in free agency because he wants to go play for the Caps,
yeah,
you can't look worse.
You might as well close up shop at that point.
I know they look bad a lot. So that's a spot where, let's say Tampa offers a first-round pick. Like, I kind of have to entertain it because I'm terrified of losing him. If I lose him, I can't ever get anybody ever. He grew up loving the organization.
Yep.
So I had that thought about Tuck. And you can extend that to a lot of other pieces here. If you're Kevin Adams, you probably should be trading pieces away and getting what you can. But no one that watches your team could possibly stomach the idea of you telling them we got the 17th overall pick for somebody. They'd say, don't care. Oh, we got this prospect. Don't care. Nobody wants to deal in that currency anymore, even if it is the best thing you could/should do.
Isn't that supposed to be what isn't that supposed to be what matters? But I don't know. There are other factors here. You have to fill the building up next year.
I know.
Right? So, is the right move to rebuild again?
But if they had made the playoffs 4 years ago and they were a normal team in the spot they're in right now, what would we say? Oh, you got to rip it up. You got to do that. That's what is best for. That's what people do in this spot. Mm-hmm. Instead, it's you definitely cannot do that because you won't have a single soul buying into that, and that's almost an impossible spot to be in.
Can it get worse though? I guess. Can it get worse? There isn't buy-in now, really. Right? So maybe they should just rebuild again. Maybe they should just rip it all up and say, all right, that group didn't work. We're trading them all for young pieces. We're going to try it again.
But you can't do that. You can't do unless Kevin Adams. How many years does that take? 3 years?
That's the thing. Don't you have to do that with a different GM? Doesn't a different GM have to be? How much confidence will that instill? If there's a different GM this summer that comes in, Adams is fired, someone else is there, and that person decides, yeah, guys, the move here is to rip it up. The move here is to trade everything for picks and prospects and pretend that we weren't bad before. We have to forget that we're on a drought. We have to pretend almost as though we were a good team, and we have to start over, and we can't be good the next year.
Right.
We have to try a little 2-year rebuild something. Maybe that's the move.
A comment from the bullpen, the YouTube chat, why not add good players? You could try, but there's no use to do it right now. Other than...
Well, it would be to get him in the building for next year.
Right. But now you have to talk about getting a good player off a team that's selling a good player. That doesn't... Right. I mean, the good teams aren't doing that right now. And then you're back into that's a move for the summer.
You got to find another team that needs a shakeup, which is why Vancouver keeps coming up.
Yeah.
But there's not many of those.
Yeah, it's difficult to see, what could they do to get over the hump? Just, get good players. More of them.
Just get good players, but yeah.
And
I'm waiting.
Yeah. 803-0550. Lindy coming up top of the hour. We'll talk to him about last night's overtime loss. They did rally. They did not give up. There's a pulse. There's just a lot of other things that are going wrong. And last night, if you missed our opening segment, we talked about it with Owen, our senior goalie correspondent, in our new segment called As a Goalie. I mean, last night the biggest problem was probably Reimer. He was rough. They played a good game outside of penalties. 803-0550. There were a lot of penalties. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Update on the Bills Stadium. At Channel 2, WGRZ.com, a story from Nate Benson. A report submitted to the state by the Bills. The team has sold 11,093 PSLs for the new stadium. In the first 9 months, report obtained cites the team sold 5,000 in the third quarter, which was September 1st through December 31st. Some more numbers in here about this. They have to sell 58,000 PSLs, and they sold 11,000, so that's 47,000 to go. And at the current,
probably for like a year to go.
At the current rate, the stadium would not sell out of PSLs until 17 months after it's scheduled to open. Now, one very, I think, guess here, as they go from the lower bowls and the founders clubs and this club and that club up and up and up and up, the PSLs will get less expensive and be more likely to sell. Because if you are sitting in a seat and it's the stadium now and it's not a fancy seat, you're at the 30-yard line, and you're told, here, your seat now is this club, and that's $12,000. No thanks. Call me back.
Yeah. Right.
I would anticipate that they do get on schedule once things get, more palatable. I get asked a lot. Have you been? I have not been called in for my seat. I have a seat in the upper deck. Like my PSL, I don't know what the price is. I have no idea. We've gone through the stadium experience, the thing that they take people through, but I have absolutely no earthly idea what my price would be.
Or when you're getting
I was told it would be spring. It's supposed to be now. Last time I got a call about it, it was about a year ago, and they said spring of next year is when you could expect to go through.
Okay.
So I don't know. I haven't heard anything else about that. We'll see. My wife and I were talking about it because I have a seat. We have seats with her family. Are we going to do it? I don't know. To see what the cost is. Because there are PSL prices that, non-Bills stadiums. Minnesota, watching Vikings highlights right here. Minnesota had some PSLs that were $700.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the Raiders had something like that too.
Yes.
Like there were some for around $1,000 or under.
They can get pretty low. So if you told me mine was, $1,000, like, that's a different conversation than trying to get, $15,000 per seat if I sat lower bowl or whatever. So way behind schedule according to this rate, but I wonder if that's actually that far behind schedule. 803-0550, our phone number. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff on the other side as we pick apart last night's loss to Montreal and the updated math on what they have to do if they want to consider getting in a race, which they are not currently in. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
That was a rough winter. Might not still be completely over. It's going to be warm the next 2 days. And it did a number on the roads. Did it do a number on your car? Crack bumper, smash fender. Not a good look. Sneaky Joe DiBiase here. When my car needs work, I go to Clinton Collision. Guys are the real deal, bringing wrecked cars back to life. Plus, they work with all insurance companies. So if you happen to be involved in one of the many accidents this winter, be sure to call the guys that I trust over at Clinton Collision. 716-823-2000. Or you could visit their website at clintoncollision.com. Sabres fall in Montreal last night. They did make up for a 3-0 deficit, tied it with just over a minute to go, but they lose in overtime to the Canadiens, second game in a row. So now it is the Sharks tonight at home for Buffalo Bills night at the Arena. We will have pregame starting at 6. Puck drop for Sabres and Sharks is at 7 here on WGR. To football. T. Higgins is being franchise tagged by the Cincinnati Bengals for the second year in a row, which means that'll cost them a little bit more this year, $26 million on their cap. And Mike Hilton, one of their top corners, tweeted implying that his time is done in Cincinnati, so maybe he's a cap casualty to help make room for Higgins. Adam Schefter reports the Vikings are unlikely to place the franchise tag on quarterback Sam Darnold, and he is expected to be the top free agent quarterback on the market. For the Bills, one of their depth practice squad tight ends, reserve tight end Armani Rogers, tore his Achilles during an offseason workout, which would obviously make him unlikely for training camp for the Bills at St. John Fisher in the summer. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Good Tuesday morning. Jeremy and Joe, warm up today. Flood warning throughout the area. Melting snow. Creeks, rivers, all that stuff. Going to be wet. And tomorrow's going to rain. It's going to be nice out, warmer out, but it's going to rain as we start to transition to spring where, spring's like this sometimes.
Muddy.
Yep. Muddy,
I'll take
wet.
the warmth. I'll take the warmth.
Yesterday I was feeling it. Yesterday, walking outside in a lighter jacket, but still a jacket. The sun's out.
I went no jacket today.
Ah.
No jacket today. It was just warm enough for that. Just didn't feel like grabbing it.
Fair.
37 feels like 50 when you've been dealing with 2 degrees for half the winter.
That's right.
Because it's been very cold.
It's currently 36, high today, in the 50s, like 51.
Still not sunny, by the way, outside.
No, that's right. Well, I don't see a sun icon on my app until Tuesday of next week.
Although this is the same as yesterday.
Yeah.
When you called it, the sun was out. And it definitely is not.
Yesterday I could see blue to the sky. And yesterday
there was like the littlest sliver you couldn't see anything.
I stood in sunshine yesterday. That did happen.
Yeah, later in the okay, that's right. Later in the day we got there.
Anyway, to Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff, who joins us on the Western Hotline. Lindy, good morning. Jeremy and Joe, thanks for taking some time today.
Morning, gentlemen. How are you?
All right. So last night's game, Montreal, Lindy. It's maybe to tell 2 games, or I wonder how you would kind of split it here. The first period kind of looks like a nightmare, and the response was good, I would say. When you look back at what happened between the first and the second, what was the message, and what went wrong in the first?
Again, early on in the game, I thought emotionally got a little bit, too jacked up. Took a couple penalties that, helped to give them momentum. I thought our 5-on-5 play in the first period was good, and we focused on that in the second and third, and skated well, moved the puck well, and fought our way back in the hockey game.
Was it both when it comes to the penalties, like undisciplined energy, but also, especially that first one, Lindy, on Cousins? Like, I have to imagine one of the most frustrating penalties as a coach is when there's a scrum and only one guy gets taken away.
Yeah, I was frustrated because usually in those situations, 2 guys are taken, you get a warning. We've talked a lot about, emotionally investing in the game, and whether it's around your goaltender, whether it's hits on players, and being invested right from the start of the game. And I know there's a fine line. Penalties are things we talk about, the type of penalties we take, whether they're offensive zone penalties, whether they're emotion penalties. Discipline is a big part of the game. I have a hard time in really criticizing, plays when guys are around or on top of your goaltender and you're trying to keep them out of there.
Lindy Ruff joining us here on the heels of the loss to Montreal last night. You know, Lindy, as we talk about that fine line, Rasmus Dahlin might be top of mind for this. He took a couple of penalties. He also appeared to me to be entirely engaged. And Joe and I talked about this morning about he seems to be a player that wears his emotion on his sleeve. He's someone that, I don't know if you ever want to like calm him down, but when you're walking that fine line as a captain, you're both the energy and the discipline, and that's the line to walk?
I think if guys kind of summed it up, it's a real fine line. And just what we talked about, he's trying to lead, he's trying to be invested in the game. I think we were all emotionally charged in that first 5 minutes, including myself, where I wasn't happy with the calls. I thought our players were, invested in trying to make a difference. There is a line at some point. I think that you've described it pretty well, that he wears his emotions. I would rather have a player that's emotionally invested at that level than a player you got to urge to get emotionally invested in the game.
Lindy, for Dahlin, he is a bit of an example of this, and maybe some of the others as well. Like, it's your first year back. Do you find that these players are wearing baggage, feeling a frustration over multiple years, or are you able to kind of keep them in the moment?
I really feel that we've been able to keep them in the moment. Really, kind of a really tough loss at home, and we took the lead. The frustration of, not getting that third goal against Montreal. We had, Greenway alone in front of the net. We had the McLeod breakaway we don't score on. I think what really hurt us in that home game is our 4-on-4 play. We gave up that goal in the last couple seconds, and then not quite being able to push through in a third period. That we had a lot of zone time but didn't get enough pucks to the net. I thought there was a lot of purpose in our zone time last night, where we got more pucks there, we got more people. I would use the Cousin goal as an example. He got the puck to the net off the goaltender, and Tuck gets the rebound. Some of those aren't the prettiest goals, but the fact we drove the net and we put it on the goaltender. Sometimes passing it off the goaltenders is the best opportunity of scoring. So, I think they've, even after the first period, we just talked about our 5-on-5 play, the discipline of taking the emotion down one tone, and just we felt we could outskate them, outplay them, and I thought our guys did a great job of that. Nobody's happy with only getting the 1 point, but the fact we were able to come back and do what we did, just tells me they're invested in trying to win a game that, when you're down 3, it's usually pretty tough to come back.
Looking for silver linings even in some of these losses. You just mentioned the 5-on-5 play, Lindy. For the big picture even, as a coach, would you rather have a team that is playing great at 5-on-5 a lot, but it's the special teams that just, not to say that the special teams have even been corrected this year, but do you feel like it's more easily attainable to build off a good 5-on-5 team than a team that might be great at special teams but at even strength is a little bit struggling?
Well, I think there's a combination there that you need. You need strong 5-on-5 play. Our special teams play in the last couple games has let us down. I think the absence of Zucker has showed that our power play is, hasn't quite clicked the way it has with him around the net front and making low plays. And our penalty killing, we had a couple big breakdowns that, didn't like the first one we gave up. Backdoor play where, we've got to make sure we cover that off. The second one off Clifton, a little bit of a bizarre goal. So the special teams and strong 5-on-5 play. I think special teams can win you a lot of games. I went back to early in the year. Our power play took a long time to get going. It was the one thing that could have helped us win a lot of games early, and we didn't quite push through with that. So it is a combination of both, but you need a basis of strong 5-on-5 play that will allow you to win games, and then a power play that, if it's clicking, you don't have to be the best team some nights to win a game.
How much emotionally? I think Kevin Adams talked about this last week when he was on our station as well with the power play. Maybe you have too. That even if you don't score on the power play, that just not getting held up at the line repeatedly and even just getting chances can maybe make it have an effect emotionally when you don't just have a power play where nothing happens over 2 minutes.
Yeah, and we do talk a lot about just creating energy with your power play. I think there are some teams that are really good at stalling you out at the line. I think those teams, when we're pre-scouting, we're talking sometimes we may have to dump it in and set it up the ugly way. That's win battles down low. But to give up a shorthanded goal last night was really, that hurt us at that point, because you look at it, we're going on the power play again. We could have changed the emotion. We could have changed the energy of that building. We could have brought everything down, brought the tone of the game down with trying to take their fans out of it. Instead, we fueled the momentum and fueled the energy for Montreal.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff joining us on the Western Hotline. Lindy, you had the math about what to do in 10-game samples and a little behind schedule for the first 5-game or 10 points in 5 games. Is it something you're going to keep updating with the team? Or, I mean, it was an idea to stay engaged and to keep things alive. So how does it adjust on the fly?
Well, we've talked about we got to go 4-0-1 now. And I know that tough schedule, but take it one game at a time. We're going to stay invested in what we're trying to do here. It may take a couple segments to catch up, but it's something I want the team invested in. I think it's something that they bought into. I think, I said we've kind of set some goals with play, with goals for and goals against. We're trying to hit those marks, which help us get those points. Our special teams, which we've mentioned, has let us down. Special teams has to be better in these segments if we're going to try to gain the number of points we need.
Trade deadline coming up on Friday as well. Thoughts heading to that? I mean, it's not exactly a situation where teams would necessarily buy, and trading players away, teams in your position might be more likely to do that. Is it a unique trade deadline in your eyes? I mean, when you and Kevin Adams are talking about what should be done, is it with an eye to get better now? Is it with an eye to next season?
I think it's an eye to do both, to get better now and to get better next season. We spent some time this morning talking about 5-on-5 play, where we have our game. We have our game in a pretty good place. But the idea is we need to make this team better now, and we need to make this team better next year. We've got to put ourselves in a better place. When you look at the special teams part of it, it hasn't been good enough. So this is an opportunity, I think, where we know what we have for young players. It's an opportunity if the right piece is there. I think, we're all looking to make this team better.
Lindy, you're up with us on the Western Hotline. Is it a unique spot in the sense of that this is more, I guess, a question for Adams too, but that the team right now, no one is thinking about picks and prospects as a trade. It's more about, like you just said, things that would help you now and in the future. You know what I mean? Like teams at the trade deadline versus offseason would probably be less likely to do that given they're fighting for playoffs.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. I think when you look at where we're at, I think that a lot of times a team might be thinking picks and prospects and young players. I think we have a big holding of young players, and we've got good young players in Rochester. It's hard it's hard to win in this league with a real young team. So I think the fact that you got to find a couple pieces that will help us win now and set you up for being a better team.
Lindy, I want to ask you before we go about Devin Levi, named AHL goaltender of the month down in Rochester. He continues to put up big results down there, and that team is good. When it comes to, I guess, managing him and the future there, any eye to getting him up in Buffalo to get an opportunity to get on the NHL level? Because I would think, as you're looking to next year, looking to when this team can continue to compete, that he might be a big part of that and getting his game not just AHL ready, but NHL ready, even though when he's come up here, there have been some struggles. What is the, I guess, short-term / long-term idea for Levi and how he'll be used?
I think it's a conversation that we're going to have. We know how important he is to our organization, our team. He has put together a real nice season down there. Has played really well. I broke down the games when he's played here. I don't feel like we've played well enough in front of him. If we can put together the games where we play, our 5-on-5 play, our special teams play is better in front of a guy like him, I think that he'll have success. And I know that the success when he's come up hasn't been there. But I think with the games he's put together, it's a conversation we're going to have about, whether we see him again, whether we just keep him playing. It's something that we will talk about.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lindy, thanks for the time. We'll talk again next week.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Sabres play San Jose tonight. Back to it for it's Buffalo Bills night at the arena.
So do we get a Buffalo Bills themed hot dog of some sort for dog of the day?
The JA. How about
the
that?
JA?
The JA. Josh Allen. The MVP.
What would that be, though? Oh, the MVP. Could you have 3 ingredients that one starts with an M, one starts with a V, one starts with a P?
Yes, let's play a game right now.
All right, let's match those together.
Hold on. Joe, Josh, write down three ingredients.
That start with M?
An M, a V, and a P. And then we'll decide who comes up with the best dog.
Okay. Or we could combine ours. If someone has a good M and someone has a good P.
Oh, like a 3-way parlay.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, the parlay dog in a way.
MVP.
Maple bacon hot dog, something like that.
Hold on.
We're working here. I'm putting together an MVP dog.
Oh, I thought
one that starts with M, one that starts with V, one that starts with P.
Fine.
I thought we were just going.
Your M is maple bacon.
It's
That's
a brainstorming session.
His M is better than my M already.
I'm just really. Well, you know what's going to end up happening? I'm just going to end up writing down the first 3 ingredients I think of with that letter.
That's pretty much what I'm doing.
V's
tough. Veal.
Oh, I've
got something for V.
I got a great V.
Yeah.
Vanilla. What's the
All
great?
Right, I'm ready. I don't think this is going to be good, but I've got 3 ingredients that start with these letters. Ready?
Okay.
You still need time?
No, I'm fine.
You can't figure out a V?
I got a V. It's going to be different.
Okay. All right. My M is mango. My V is venison. And the P is pico de gallo. Mango, venison, pico de gallo.
Venison's real good. Venison hot dogs.
This is the first thing I thought of with V.
All right. There's your MVP dog.
That's my MVP dog.
We got maple bacon. Something like just maple bacon on like a hot dog base, right?
Yeah,
It's like that's the canvas.
Maple bacon.
So maple bacon. Vidalia
He's kind of
onion
sneaking
dressing.
bacon in here.
It's definitely cheating.
Maple. I could just put maple in front of anything and just get any ingredient I want on this dog.
It's an MBVP, but
go
fine.
ahead.
Fine, we'll give it to you. Maple.
Vidalia onion dressing.
All right.
And
what is
pepper
that?
jack cheese.
That sounds pretty good.
All right.
I struggled to come up with a V word, so I went with mozzarella.
Okay.
Which is probably bad on a hot dog.
Probably not the best cheese.
The V word I wrote down was vuvuzela. So you could, like
the soccer horn?
Yeah, like serve it on a vuvuzela, and the P was provolone. So I'm not as sharp as I used to be.
So just cheese, and a horn.
And served on, for like it's a perfect stadium.
It's a cheese horn.
You could order the dog, and then you're at the game, and you got a vuvuzela, like that.
Yeah.
That's not a good idea at all. Sorry. Dog of the day, the Sharks.
Vidalia onions. as we go to the bullpen here.
Oh, the bullpen's got dogs?
Mustard, Vidalia onions, and pickles. Solid. That could be the winner. That could be tonight. I wouldn't be surprised.
Will it be like an MVP dog, something like that? Josh Allen's favorite dog?
The theme is also squish the fish.
And sharks are fish.
Yeah. Buffalo Bills tonight. We're just going after the Dolphins tonight, huh?
I guess so.
Well, because of the Sharks too, right?
Right.
That's why. Have Deion Dawkins design it?
Sure. The Snowman.
The Snow Dog.
It's not a bad idea. The Snowman.
It's like a snow cone on a hot dog.
Yeah,
that would be really bad.
Can I tell you
the bun would get soggy.
An NHL story that is, this is almost hard to believe. I'm at awfulannouncing.com. So the Stadium Series just went off, right? Columbus played, and Detroit, 94,000 people at Ohio State Stadium.
It was great, right? The Gaudreaus led Columbus out onto the ice, and Columbus came back at the end and won.
Yeah, it was amazing. So Awful Announcing, Sean Keeley has a piece up about something that was almost an issue in putting the event on.
Okay.
And I'm not making fun of the NHL here. I'm making fun of Ohio State. This is
okay.
Ooh,
what did Ryan Day do?
Hold on.
Ryan Day do something?
Ready? Here you go.
God.
While Saturday's Stadium Series between the Blue Jackets and Red Wings celebrated the NHL, it was hard to miss how much the evening was about the Ohio State Buckeyes. Okay. Hometown fans were treated to all their favorite OSU things, Buckeye logos, the marching band performed Hang On Sloopy, and the script Ohio. They honored the national championship team. They sang We Don't Give a Damn About the Whole State of Michigan, blah, blah, blah. But Aaron Portzline of The Athletic reported that in order to make this NHL outdoor game happen, which, by the way, is the NHL's what number outdoor game?
Oh, my, 70.
43rd.
That's insane.
It's the 43rd outdoor game.
So oversaturated.
Hey, 94,000 people went. I tend to agree with you, but if people are still going, they got to do it.
This one I don't mind because they've done a stadium they hadn't done before. Like
that's
when
true.
they're going to Fenway for the 5th time, we've done that.
And that's the problem. An NHL executive told The Athletic that Ohio State at first resisted allowing the league to refer to the game as the Stadium Series.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Why?
Do they think they're above other stadiums?
Because Ohio State has trademarked "the" on clothing and branded products. You know, the Ohio State University.
Wait a minute.
The Ohio State.
They only had a problem with the Stadium Series, not Stadium Series?
Ohio State won the right to officially register a trademark for "the" in 2022. They've been active in defending that. There was a suggestion. Ready? It sounds very silly to consider. The league almost had to refer to it as an Stadium Series or that Stadium Series.
I mean,
they were almost not allowed to call it
the
Stadium Series because Ohio State is like, we own the.
But they call it the Stadium Series at other stadiums. So what's the difference?
I don't know.
Why wouldn't they take legal action when they play at City, when the Sabres played at City Field and it was, that might have been the Winter Classic. But
Ohio State does not own the rights to use the word "the" in your life.
Well, apparently they do.
They do on, I guess, like branded merchandise inside Ohio State.
Okay, right, yeah.
Can you believe the NHL almost didn't get to call it the Stadium Series?
Did they just call it Stadium Series?
No, they were allowed. They came to an agreement. Everything was fine.
Yeah, this is a dumb one.
Did you guys see Dylan Larkin planted a Detroit flag in the middle of the ice?
They did not, but
at the end of one of the practices.
That's cool.
I was going to say they lost
into that,
but still.
So I think that is, in terms of like trademark stories, that might be dumber than the story from a month ago where Pat Riley has trademarked three-peat, even though he never had a three-peat, and he was he sells that to different people.
At least that's a word that that he invented that applies. It's not just we're the Ohio State University guys. They're all so proud of it.
Is that your Ohio State fan imitation?
I mean, it's fine.
You really hate Ohio State.
Look at what they do. Why wouldn't you hate them? I'm going to get a text from John Scott soon. I know it. Listen, it's just like Brady.
Did you have family in Columbus?
Yeah, my brother-in-law works for the Ohio State hockey team. Whatever.
There you go.
It's fine. They know I
But
hate
they still
them.
drive you crazy.
Yeah.
This should be a reason that this is
This
pretty
is a reason to
stupid.
hate them. Yes.
Yeah. Well, they didn't go through with it though. There you go. They still called it. They let him. They let him do like you go get. Someone in their offices went, guys, this is silly. Just let him do it, and they did it. They called it the Stadium Series.
Listen, for me, it's just like Brady. Is there actual deep down
that Stadium
hate
Series
in my
hilarious,
heart?
though.
Probably, but mainly it's more fun to hate some things. You got to have it.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you?
Are they above Brady in your hate rankings?
No, God, no.
Brady's number one.
Oh my God, yes.
Are they ahead of Rodgers?
Yes.
Okay. Are they ahead of rules analysts on television?
That's number one.
That's number one. Okay.
That's above Brady. The offside challenge is number one. That's number one.
Really? That's
Yeah.
above rules analysts on television?
just make the rest
I mean,
of-
that sometimes ends up being the same thing.
It's worse. It's worse than rules analysts on
But
television.
like you get the rules analysts when they challenge the offside, so you get the double.
Nothing is worse than the offside challenge. 803-0550. Things you hate. Let's do it. All right, we're going to check in on the chat in a little while. Things have gone off in the chat today. The bullpen's having itself a Tuesday. Matt Perino, 9 o'clock. He's got an idea, a trade idea for the Bills at receiver. I was listening to the Shout podcast yesterday. He brought up a name we've brought up before, and we'll make you wait 30 minutes, but we'll dig into it a little more with Matt. He brought up Olave.
Nice.
I like that idea just fine. All right, 803-0550 to join us, Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Sabres fall last night to Montreal. It was a 3-0 deficit after the first period. The Sabres did rally back, tied the game with just over a minute to go, but fall in 3-on-3 overtime. So 1 point, but still last place in the Eastern Conference. They play again tonight, home against the San Jose Sharks. It is Buffalo Bills night at the arena. Puck drop is at 7 o'clock. We will have pregame starting at 6 here on WGR. Capitals playing last night. They got a win. No goals, though, for Alex Ovechkin, so he remains 11 back of Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. To football, T. Higgins has been franchise tagged for the second year in a row by the Bengals. $26 million is what they're on the hook for if he signs the tag and if they don't agree to an extension. Sam Darnold will not be tagged by the Vikings, or is unlikely to be tagged, that according to Adam Schefter. And Ian Rappaport reports that the Cowboys and defensive tackle Osa Odigizua, who would be the top free agent at his position if he made it to free agency, have had in-depth talks on a long-term extension, and he's expected to be tagged today if they don't agree to that extension. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
I was very blank. I didn't know how to explain it. It just feels surreal, So, ever since I got the news, it was all right, once I finally, put the pen to paper, it'll hit me. And as I've just, continue to walk through the facility and all that stuff, it's insane. It's hard to describe, but obviously it's a dope feeling. And super excited to continue to be a Bill.
Khalil Shakir on his contract extension. That was yesterday at One Bills Drive. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Thank a sump pump if you see one today. A busy couple of days. Flood watch. Yeah, me working hard, grinding.
Yeah, it's going to be floody the next 24 hours. I was looking at the Bills' draft history. Shakir was a 5th-round pick. They have had, how many of these? 7, 8 5th-round picks, and they've hit on 2 of them. But they've hit on 2 of them so well that it kind of makes up for... You're not expected to hit on many 5th-round picks anyway, right?
Milano and Shakir?
All right. Well, sorry, they did hit on another one. They just didn't see the fruits of the labor.
Wyatt Teller.
And then the other 5th... Can you name any of their other 5th-round picks under Brandon Beane?
Under Brandon Beane? I don't know. Hold on. I was going to go the other way, which is franchise history 5th-round picks.
Okay, the best 5th-round picks in franchise history.
I got Kyle Williams.
Yep. That's very good.
Who else?
I'm looking at guys that have started for the team that were 5th-round picks. There's a running back in here. A little bit of a one-year wonder.
Carlos Williams,
who had 9 touchdowns and then was never seen again.
That's right. Other 5th-round picks. I feel like there's at least 1 or 2 successful offensive linemen in here.
Sammy Morris, if you go way back, would be a good answer to this. Another running back. Offensive lineman, no. You've got your Ed Wangs in here.
Oh, wow.
You've got your Cyril Richardson, Zebri Sanders. No, there's not really a good lineman, I would say. The other 5th-round pick, of course, you're missing is Nathan Peterman. He was the only one at quarterback that played. Jake Fromm never got on the field.
Jake Fromm. Is Kyle Williams the best franchise 5th-round pick?
I'm looking all the way back. Yeah. He's a Wall of Famer, isn't he?
Yes.
If they were going to keep a Wall of Fame, he's on the Wall of Fame, right?
Yes.
Like one of 2 guys from the drought, maybe that would have been the answer to that question.
Speaking of which, I don't know if it was a quiet story out there, but I did get my season ticket invoice for the final year in the in the current stadium.
Okay.
And prices went up. 12%.
Okay.
A 12% increase on my ticket. And, no, that's
not... Is that in line with the salary cap increase? Would be my question.
It might be. My ticket's not that much, so 12% is not that big a deal, but if you've got expensive tickets and they want 12%,
was there any it was just the invoice? You didn't get like a envelope or anything? Like are they already branding it as like the final year at the stadium? Because I haven't seen any of that yet.
That's a good question. I got an email, and I probably, missed a previous email. I don't know. I'm not one for paperwork, like emails for paperwork, but still. Anyway, Khalil Shakir. Good for him. Good for him. Got his deal done. And I know it's like March 4th and the legal tampering period starts on Monday. I am at refreshing every couple hours expecting the next Bills piece, whether that's they've decided what they're going to do with Vaughn or an extension for
Josh Allen.
Rousseau, Josh Allen getting his new deal redone, Terrell Bernard, Christian Benford, something out there. Not that there's a rush on it, but I think in the next week there should be at least one other piece that comes through.
Well, they have to do some stuff, right? Because they have to be below the cap.
They have to get under the cap. So that's extensions, that's cutting Vaughn. I'm still going to say I think they should not cut Vaughn. I think they should restructure and push stuff into the future and keep him because I think he could still be valuable for them.
That's if he's definitely wants to stay.
Sure.
And he doesn't want to go back to Denver or he doesn't want to go to Dallas, two teams that he's flirted with in the past, right?
If you had 1 year left in the NFL, would you want to move? Or would you just...
Well,
I like it here. I think he likes it.
Well, where does he live full time? How much of his stuff is here?
Enough. I mean, he's been a part of the team for 3 years.
Sure, but he lives here in the fall.
Sure.
Doesn't he? Don't most of his possessions probably remain? I don't know where he lives in general. Does he live in L.A.?
Maybe.
We can't really go back there.
It still feels like it'd be a lot of work. I'm going to go into a new locker room with a new coach, a new DC. You know what? I'll just stay. How many years does he have left? 1 or 2?
Vaughn? Yeah, not much. I mean, he's 36.
Yeah.
So this is about the end.
It might be one more year. And there's probably, when he signed here, it was about being the piece to get them over the top.
Yeah.
And he looked great until he got hurt. And last year he was good enough. PFF graded him the Bills' best pass rusher on the team. Mm-hmm. Granted, he didn't play that much. But if you're Vaughn, you could still view yourself as, I'm going to get them over the top. I'm going to be the piece. I'm going to be a guy that makes a play.
Yeah.
We're in the AFC Championship game last year on a transition year. Get some pieces back. Run it back. I got one more run in me. And if you want to win a Super Bowl, where else would he go? To Kansas City? To Baltimore? You'd be getting cut and going.
Yeah.
I'm understanding the Bills have not made a Super Bowl. Isn't every other team a lateral move? It's not like this is a team you know what, fine, I'm not going to take a pay cut. I want to take one last run at a ring. He's on a team that gives him that.
That's where I'm almost thinking for him to leave and it be on his watch, it'd have to be his motivation is something different. Like, I just want to go back and finish my career for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Or I wanted to be a Cowboy, so let me do that before I'm done playing. Right, but if it's about the ring, then I could see why he wouldn't want to change. Let me ask, though, if he's here, what's his role? Because last year, it was very clear, right? He didn't play a lot, but when did he play? Hey, it's 3rd and long, time to rush the passer, obvious passing situation. Who's on the field? Greg Rousseau's on the field, right? Ed Oliver's on the field. Pick your other defensive tackle. Then Vaughn. Vaughn is one of your edge rushers in obvious passing situations. Aren't they replacing that this summer?
Yeah.
So I'm not saying he would never play, but he already doesn't play a lot. And if they go, I don't even need to be Garrett, they go sign Khalil Mack in the offseason, and maybe they draft an edge rusher in the 3rd round on top of it, then show up the next year, and in these obvious passing situations, is he on the field? Am I taking Rousseau off the field for him? Am I taking Khalil Mack off the field for him? And I know it's rotational.
It is rotational.
But I'm already got him playing so few, and I'm going to eat into that chunk even more?
But I guess the answer I would have is, if I save 8 by cutting him, that's it, right?
Yes.
I save 8 by cutting him. If I can restructure and save 6, I now have Vaughn as my rotational guy for $2 million. And keep somebody else on the practice squad for the couple of elevations. And the guy that's in my room, not only, again, was their highest graded pass rusher by PFF last year.
Yeah.
I'm only asking him to do situationally. And he's there as the mentor for the young guys. I continue to think they're going to talk about his elite game. Now, whatever. Elite mental game, they don't burn bridges. So that's worth pointing out that the Bills are pretty classy in how they deal with veterans. And guys like Vaughn matter, not just to them, but to players in the league. So they're going to be nice to him no matter what, even if they do move on and it doesn't work out. But I
I guess what I'm getting to is if he's great situationally, but they're going to have guys that are as good as him in those situations.
Are you sure?
But are going to do a million other things, or going to be better in the other areas. Are they going to see a value in someone that can only play in one situation anymore?
Who's a better value, Vaughn or AJ Epinesa? If Vaughn's net keep is like $2 million different.
I mean, I think what Vaughn does is more valuable. But again, what I'm getting to is Epinesa will have a role. Mm-hmm. Epinesa is run defense and responsible in your gap and setting the edge. But he's not on the field when I'm going after the quarterback.
No, that's right. And they might actually want to get him back into that role.
Right. Whereas Vaughn's role, I think they're about to replace. I think they're about to upgrade from it. So I'm not saying there's not a spot for him, but I just don't know how much he's going to play. He's already playing some of these games single-digit snaps, and I think you're probably looking for a more well-formed overall defensive end that's giving you the pass rush that Vaughn's giving you. I think what they probably want is they want Vaughn's pass rush that can also play on first and second down, right? Isn't that what they want this summer?
Yeah.
They want Vaughn that can play more.
Right. And that might be Khalil Mack. Who
I think they're going to sign Khalil Mack, aren't they?
They're going to try.
They're going to sign Khalil Mack.
I mean, Mack can go wherever he wants. 2 years. Spot Track has his value.
There was a Chicago rumor about him re-upping with the Bears again.
Okay. Yeah, Khalil Mack, over the cap, Spot Track, however you want it, over the cap puts him around like $19 million per year.
Mm-hmm.
2 years, $19 million.
Yeah, the rumor yesterday, Mack rumored to be interested in a return to Chicago.
All right. 803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. We'll throw some of these ideas by Matt Perino, the Shout podcast, coming up top of the hour for a Bills discussion. You can give us a ring, 803-0550 on WGR. Jeremy White here for Wayland Brewing. Looking for the perfect beer? Look no further than Wayland. You'll start to see Wayland out in some stores as their distribution is up. I found a 4-pack of a brand new West Coast IPA, Case Study. Highly recommend. And when it comes to Wayland, whether you're grabbing 4-packs or 6-packs out of their own coolers to go or out where you see them, Wayland, of course, great beer. Some of their flagships are as good as any. You'll find Super Deluxe, Flagship Hazy IPA, a favorite of ours. Just love it. And you can get that at the tap room. You can get that out at your local store. But find your way to Wayland, the tap room, because that's worth the trip alone. 3740 North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park, whether it's just for, a Monday where kids eat free, Wednesdays for trivia. They've got stuff going on the weekends. It's always a good scene at Wayland Brewing. And if you've got a party or a corporate event or a wedding, they've got a great venue for it. Wayland Hall, right next door, right connected to the brewery, to the tap room. It's awesome. Customizable menus, favorites from their sister restaurant, the Grange Community Kitchen, and you can book midweek events right now, 75 or more guests between April and July, and pay zero room fee. It's a big crowd pleaser, Wayland. So bring your crowd to Wayland and make every event a celebration. Wayland Brewing, one of the best spots we got. You got to check it out. If you haven't been there, get there. Put it on the to-do list. Get to Wayland Brewing, 3740 North Buffalo Street in Orchard Park. Wayland Brewing, find your way to great beer. Hey, if you missed it this morning, we opened the show with a brand new segment and consultant, senior goaltending correspondent Owen Parker, who's also running the YouTube, the cameras, the chat, all that stuff. As a experienced goalie, we got into as a goalie. See? Now we're able to just say, like, hey, should that guy have made that save? So if you missed that, we opened the show talking to Owen about that.
And on Reimer last night, the answer was more often than not yes.
Yeah, should have made that save.
Should have.
Reimer, on Luukkonen season, and on Levi, who we asked Lindy about, Devin Levi.
Someone in the chat, by the way, when we were just going through like Bill's 5th-round picks history, said Ryan Miller, 5th-round pick.
Oh, yeah.
That's the top Buffalo 5th-round pick.
Better than Kyle Williams?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. His name's in the rafters. Playoffs, right?
Sure.
Playoffs is the biggest difference.
All right. I'll allow it. Ryan Miller's Catwalk for Charity is back.
Nice.
Which I've been Ryan Miller pilled on this. Every time Ryan Miller does an event in the area, I'm going to ask myself, is he staying local because he wants to be the GM? Because the question needs to be asked, if Kevin Adams is not long for the job, who would take it? And if you pay attention to the NHL, former players take those jobs. Miller is part of the scouting staff with the Sharks.
Yeah, the goaltending scout or goaltending something.
You referenced he has said before he wants to be a GM if he was going to.
He said it in his final press conference with the Ducks. Someone asked him if he would like to be a coach in the NHL. He said, I think I'd rather be a general manager.
Yeah. Now, again, he could just be doing work for charity like he does because he does a lot of stuff and always has with Roswell Park. But the point is, anytime I see him, he was here for Rob Ray night. He's here for RJ night. He's around.
Would you give him the job this summer?
I just wonder who else would take it. Who else would do it?
What I'm wondering is how often are these former players doing – how often are they assistant GM for a couple of years
before they do that?
Like Drury was that in New York.
Briere was
that in Philadelphia. I don't know about Greer. I just looked up Joe Sakic for one example because he's still the GM in Colorado, right? He's been for a while, and he just got the job. Nothing. He didn't do anything before he became the GM. So there might be a little of both. Maybe they would just give it to him if he wanted it. He's a sharp guy, right? Miller. He was always whenever he talked, very well thought out, very thoughtful individual, very smart. So I don't know. That's my sales pitch.
Yeah. 803-0550 to join us.
He'd make the fans feel good too.
I mean,
you're playing on the nostalgia times two, but
you're a little bit at why did Lindy take the job? Because he cares about the Sabres. You probably can't. You maybe can't get a coach as accomplished as him unless he cares about the Sabres. So I mean, Miller would not be an accomplished GM candidate, but he cares about the Sabres, I think. 803-0550. If you're on hold, stick with us. We'll get to your call. We'll get to Matt Perino, the Shout podcast, as well, as we throw around a Bills receiver trade idea that he brought up on his podcast. It's coming up. Jeremy White here for FanDuel Sportsbook, official partner of WGR. When it comes to FanDuel, you can jump into college basketball season right now with an offer from FanDuel. It's March, of course. This is March. That means college basketball is about to take center stage. You can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets when your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 to bet everything from conference clashes to tournament upsets and even who is cutting down the nets. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, no better time. The app is easy to use. When you win, you get paid instantly. Visit FanDuel.com/white. Get in on the college hoops action before March takes over. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Sabres fall last night again to Montreal, this time in Montreal. They were down 3-0 in the first period, rallied back. Rasmus Dahlin tied the game with just over a minute to play, but Sabres fall in overtime. And they're back in action tonight. Buffalo Bills night at the arena. Sean McDermott expected to be there, amongst others. Deion Dawkins was at Monday Night Raw last night, so might be a solid guess to think he'll be there as well. 7 o'clock against the Sharks. Pregame will start at 6 here on WGR. Sticking with hockey for a moment, Capitals win last night over the Senators. Alex Ovechkin does not score in the game. He got robbed by Linus Ullmark on one one-timer, so he remains 11 goals back of Wayne Gretzky's all-time record. To football, T. Higgins is being franchise tagged for the second year in a row. The deadline for that is today. That'll be $26 million on the tag for Higgins and the Bengals. And the Vikings are not expected, according to Adam Schefter, to tag Sam Darnold. So he's expected to hit the market and likely be the top quarterback available. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of business.
Yeah, I honestly think a lot of the characteristics and traits that I've, brought along has developed at Boise State, just that blue collar mindset. Really, nobody cares, go to work type of thing, So I'm not big on, what's put out there and what's said, fifth round and this and that. It doesn't bug me too much. I could care less what's out there about me. I know myself and I know the work that was put in to get here, the work that's going to continue to be put in to get to reach higher limits as well. So, yeah, I've never viewed myself as the fifth rounder or anything like that. Obviously I like to hold myself to high expectations and to go get what I think I deserve, so it's always just been go to work.
Khalil Shakir. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Happy Tuesday. It's going to be warm. It's going to be wet. That's the story for the next couple days. Flood watches in the area. And we count down the days towards two things. One, the NHL trade deadline on Friday, and free agency and the start of the league year, all that good stuff for the NFL starting next week. Legal tampering Monday, league year soon after that. Joining us on the Wester Hotline, a friend of the show, Mr. Matt Perino, who would have been there yesterday for the Khalil Shakir press conference. Matt of the Shout podcast. I was listening yesterday, and he said something, and I picked up my phone and I texted him and I said, let's chat about it. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
We're good. I was, you know me, Matt. This is how it's going to work. You mentioned a trade for a receiver, and I thought, I've brought up the same name.
You probably already knew that Jeremy was calling at that moment when you just said the name.
Yeah, my spidey senses went off because, well, whatever. Let's get to some context on it, Matt, as we talk about the Shakir extension, which makes a bunch of sense. We're waiting on Mac Hollins to see if there's something to come there. Before we get to the defense, they still do have this one big piece, this one big decision with their offense. And I said to earlier with Joe, last year they were desperate and they went out and they made a nice move. They got Amari Cooper. Now they have a full offseason to make sure they're not that desperate again. I do still think that this is a primary position that they need.
Definitely. And I think that you look at the free agent class, and I know you guys have probably been talking about this quite a bit. I might have even seen a tweet from you on it, Jeremy. Like, you're digging through it and you're scratching and you're clawing and you're trying to find arguments for all these different guys. And to me, it's just Darius Slayton is where I land, and I just think he's going to be overpaid. I mean, if you look at some of the separation numbers last year, Slayton had himself a really good season. He's not been as hurt as I thought either. Like it feels like because we all play fantasy football, I'm always watching Darius Slayton's availability week to week, but he's actually played in close to 16 games every season, outside of one where he dealt with a couple nagging injuries. But if that number gets to 15, 16, 17 million, wouldn't you rather trade with a team that maybe has to kind of reshape who they are and what they're going to do? And who knows, maybe Mickey Loomis is just going to be that floating tire fire, right? Like the meme, like he's just going to keep spending until they show him the door. But I do think, I don't care what they say publicly, they can't be excited about what they have on their offense right now and maybe having to kind of start from scratch and blow it up a little bit. And if they do, I think Olave is a guy that could be had for maybe something less than maybe a DK Metcalf or some of the other big-time names that have been bantied about, and maybe not. And you're going to have to give him a contract on the other side. So we could talk through those things. There's also this, thing that we have to talk about, which is the concussion history and the fact that he didn't play half the season last year because of it.
Yeah.
But I think if the Bills were to make this deal, it would be because they vetted it. They believe in their ability to manage that kind of thing. I mean, Mitch Morse was a concussion away from never playing again, right? When they got him from Kansas City as a free agent in 19. They have a history here. They do a pretty good job of getting guys in a position to play with that ailment.
Yeah, he's had 5 documented concussions,
It's tough.
I think, in his career. But when he's on the field, Matt, like, especially for what the Bills need, which is speed and separation and an ability to play on the outside, beat man coverage, like, he kind of feels like the perfect player that they would need if he could stay on the field.
Yeah, and what's funny about this guy is, like, I was looking at Matthew Golden quite a bit in the lead up to the combine, and then he blew the doors off with the 4.29. And one of the reasons that made me gravitate to him was Lance Zierlein at NFL.com on his scouting report for him. The player comp was Olave. And I've been kind of thinking about Olave for a couple of years because, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's his brother, maybe his cousin, that's been like very vocal on social media about getting him out of New Orleans. And this happened maybe midway through last season, maybe around the concussion stuff. So he's always been kind of on the radar because, you know, Jordan Addison is another guy. Like, if you go back to that draft, he has the same kind of skill set and traits you just mentioned, Joe, that I think the Bills are seriously lacking. And if you can't get Golden in this draft, then maybe they can. Like, maybe that's the guy that they zero in on, they go up to get him. Maybe that ends up being the play, and he falls into that category. But I think that specific skill set and player is what they should be searching for.
So there's a little bit of the timeline on Olave. The Saints have to decide on the 5th-year option this year, like soon, right, by May. That's the timeline for 5th-year options. If they don't, he's a free agent at the end of next season. If they do, well, maybe they do it because that gives them more if they do want to trade him. On Olave, as an idea, he is a Matt Harmon reception perception darling. You remember maybe 2 years ago, Devontae Adams, or who was it, had the perfect route tree, good at every single route. I think it might have been Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
But Olave is perfect in all except one. Like, he is the near perfect route tree. And 87th percentile against man coverage and 77th against zone. Like, this is a true number one that's been kind of stuck there. And again, concussions, injuries, that's a thing. That's something to obviously be concerned about. The point that it drives home, Matt, I think, is how hard it is to find these guys. And the fact that, you know, Brandon Beane, he knows this. The trade for Diggs, He makes his swings. Beane's not afraid to swing. He even said that some version of that this offseason. You know, I'm not going to live in fear. I'm not going to be afraid to take a swing. And that's why Bills fans, I think, can lean into the idea of a Metcalf trade, Olave, if you want to throw him in there, Myles Garrett, because while Beane might represent you're never one player away, he is one to show he is willing to do that. And I almost expect it in a year like this, that they're going to go big game hunting, blue chipper hunting, wherever it might be.
I agree. I think that it's got to be at least one big swing. And what happened 2 weeks ago when we found out the number at the salary cap and them basically starting at zero and the work they could do to open up, you know, upwards of like $60 million if he wanted to get really super aggressive for this season. I don't even think he has to be that aggressive to take the kind of swing that we're talking about. They're still going to go, you know, they're still going to find bargain pieces. I mean, he's really good at hitting in that second and third wave. You think about Leonard Floyd, you think about DeJuan Smoot, who I know his numbers don't blow you away, but he was really important. When he was on the field, I think defensively they were better. He can find those kind of plug-and-play pieces on both sides of the ball. He's proven that. But you do need those big pieces, and, like, I don't think anybody can downplay, to your point, what Diggs meant to this team, especially in the first 2 years of that deal. And really, that's what you're looking at with a Myles Garrett or a Trey Hendrickson or Max Crosby, DK Metcalf. That's a trade for 2025 and 2026 to maximize this current roster. And listen, that's going to have to be paired with the Philadelphia Eagles approach and to a lesser extent the Chiefs of drafting and finding starters. You know, that's been the problem for Beane. Like, he's found a lot of really good players in every round over the course of his time here. But it hasn't really happened in bulk, right? Like, and I think that's where it's happened a little bit more recently for the Chiefs. They had that one draft coming off of the Super Bowl where they found like 5 or 6 starters that were playing for them in the playoffs the next year. The Bills have never really had a draft like that. So if you compare a draft like that this year, and that's kind of why I asked the question of Sean at the Combine, that I don't think he truly really understood where I was going, and I hope to kind of follow up at the owners' meetings, pairing the vision for the evaluation with Brandon Bean's staff, with how they're going to be implemented in the scheme on offense or defense with the coaching staff. They spend a lot of time together at these events at this time of year trying to figure out what are the best players for what they do. But a lot of times it doesn't feel like that meshes or matches up when we get to football in September.
Are you thinking about some of their recent picks for that? Kincaid and Coleman,
Dwayne
maybe?
Carter, Keon Coleman, Dwayne Carter, Cole Bishop. And I know, Bishop kind of has to be taken out of that because he missed all of training camp, and I get that piece of it. But there just seems to be, at times, an unwillingness for the staff to, really lean into the player that you spent all of this time evaluating and giving them an opportunity. I still kind of hold the coaching side a little bit accountable for the lack of Kyer Elam popping in this defense. He's never been on the field, guys. He's never been really handed a job and saying, let's see what this looks like over the course of time. It's always been a split. It's always been, when he was playing early in his career, when he played the most, it was in tandem with Christian Benford. And I get it. Trey was here. They had other pieces. I think Dane Jackson was still a big part of things. But I don't think you can make a pick like that, an aggressive trade-up in a first-round situation, and not have the proper plan for that player on the other side. It happened with Cody Ford at the beginning of this build, who went on and hasn't been great, but has at least found, stops in certain places. And last year was playing meaningful football for a Bengals offense that was really good.
Does Shakir fit this too? I mean, he's not a bold thing, but Shakir was a talent that they had, clearly. And yesterday that was a theme of the press conference where he was just kind of there, had ability, they liked him as an idea, and what did it take until halfway through year two?
Yeah, halfway through the 23 season before it really got going.
Yeah, I mean, he's on a team that goes out and adds Cole Beasley. They don't really trust Shakir. And, Matt, I don't necessarily buy the idea that McDermott doesn't trust rookies at all, but there are definitely spots where they protect them and then they keep them off the field. And Shakir, he was a little bit of a, maybe not late bloomer, but a mid to late bloomer for them.
Yeah, and I agree with that, too. I'm not saying that they completely don't trust rookies. There's been a lot of spots where guys have been put in and they've been counted on. And McDermott, over the last couple of years especially, has emphasized that, listen, in modern football, you have to trust your young players more than ever. And I think they've shown an ability to do that a little bit more. I think maybe Carter's even an example of that. There wasn't really a role for him to start and play a bunch of snaps. So I agree with that piece of it. But Shakir's interesting because he said yesterday when we talked to him, his career didn't really take off until Joe Brady took over. So it was almost like the staff that was in place when they drafted him, Dorsey, taking over when he did, never really had the right vision for Shakir and how they can deploy him. And now he's become not only Josh Allen's most trusted weapon in the passing game, but the guy that's really fulfilled what they really been looking for 3 or 4 years, and that run after the catch ability. That I think that's an important kind of experiment to say, okay, this is where we maybe fell short early with Shakir. This is what we realized when Brady took over. Let's implement that now in year 2 with Bobby Babich on the defensive side of things, because there's a really good chance they could have to draft a cornerback. Maybe that number 30 pick ends up being a safety if the top kid, Inwanwara, if I'm saying his name right, is there, and I know I've seen him mock to the Bills a couple times. Safety isn't off the table. I mean, DeMar Hamlin's probably going to sign elsewhere unless they get him back on a very low number. And Cole Bishop is one of the safeties. I don't think you're writing in pen Taylor Rapp at that other safety spot next season.
Before we get to the defense, I do want to shift gears over there, but to get to that point about rookies, how concerned should Bills fans be about Keon Coleman, if at all, the way that they talked about Coleman and their disappointment with him, which is the kind of stuff they could just tell him. The fact that they told us all of this, to me, is what's most noteworthy. What was your read of what they've said about their rookie receiver?
I think if I'm a Bills fan, I'm happy about this because there's nothing about the second half of Coleman's season after the injury that get you excited or that you're happy with as a fan or a coach, or probably Coleman himself, probably why some of these videos are circulating of him, training already this offseason. But Sean never talks like that publicly about players. Very, very rarely. Even Elam, who he's been critical of at times, has never been so outwardly critical through the media. So I think there's a bit of a message there, and I think that they believe in the guy. I think one of the reasons that Bean has pushed back so much, at every stage on the Worthy stuff, is because of how much he liked Coleman during the draft process. And if you go back to his combine workout, of course, the 40 didn't blow you away. The separation numbers don't blow you away. But where he really excelled was in that gauntlet drill, where I think a lot of the recent successful receiver stories, you're starting to see that translate more to the field. And so I think that they believe in Coleman. And without anybody else on the roster right now, with Cooper being a free agent and the unknown of the draft and whether or not they're going to pull one of these trades, they need Coleman to be, whether it be a 1A or 1B next year, they need him to be in that area coming into year 2 as a high pick. I know it was a first-round pick, but number 33, you might as well be.
Matt Perino with us. What about Kincaid for next year? Because weren't they kind of equally as sour is not the right word, but the questions about Coleman and what they said about him coming back from the injury. I mean, every time I heard McDermott speak since the season ended and he's been asked about Kincaid, he's brought up that he kind of wants him to be stronger.
Yeah, get in the gym, bro. Right? That's the message. I think that's the thing for Kincaid, even going back to some of his college prospect reviews. That's what people were saying about him. And I don't know if what's been the delay there, if there's been injuries, if maybe going into year 2, he didn't get as big as they would have hoped that he would be, and that affected him, whether it be in the blocking game or elsewhere. So I think the message is set in that department. But the reason I don't worry about Kincaid as much is I think that, Brady has another offseason to really get in the lab and figure out what they're doing with these 2 tight ends, how to be more effective when they're both on the field together. And Allen almost took it personally at his season-ending press conference at the questions that were kind of popping up about Kincaid, people questioning his performance down the stretch. Obviously, he played through the injury and he stood up for his guy, but he put out a lot of it on himself, poor placement on passes. I could think of 3 or 4 instances, and of course the knee injury play was one of them, where Kincaid had to go make a play on a ball that was just completely uncatchable. So I think from Allen's perspective, as good as he was in his MVP season, him and Kincaid have to get on the same page a little bit better this offseason. If that means multiple sessions where they go and work together in California, if they get together as a group, which Shakir alluded to yesterday that they're planning to do again this offseason, that has to be something that they continue to get on the same page. I'm not putting it all on Kincaid, but year 3, typically for tight end, in the conversations, I remember talking about this with Lee Smith when he was in Buffalo, and he said, usually for tight ends, I don't really evaluate anything too critically until their 3rd season because there's so much getting thrown at you, especially for guys that aren't good in the blocking part of the game and are in so many offensive line meetings and trying to figure those things out. Usually it all comes together for a guy in their 3rd year. This is a huge year for Dalton.
Matt Perino on the Western Hotline. All right, to the defense, before we go, do you have a favorite idea or approach even? I mean, Myles Garrett's out there, Max Crosby, Khalil Mack, as we're talking just edge ideas. Of course, the draft is stocked full of defensive linemen. Safety, I agree with you. Safety could definitely be in the mix, and I've seen the Bills mock to safety or 2. What approach do you think is the best for the Bills right now?
Right now, my favorite idea is not using any of the draft capital if you could help it in this year's draft, because the defensive line crop is so good, on a trade for one of these big defensive linemen. Now, here's the plan for that. I still think they should do it, but I think that they should try to stock the cupboards with the talent that's here. And then on the other side of June 1st, that to me is the prime area to cut Von Miller, get that full $17 million in cap space, and then be able to operate on the other side of things. Right now, Cleveland and Las Vegas, whether or not they're playing it close to the vest or this is how they truly feel, it feels like they're trying to still compete next season. Maybe they think they're good enough. Well, you get to the training camp, you get to the preseason, then especially the regular season, And that's going to become abundantly clear that they're not going to be competitive in the division specifically that they're in. So I think a Garrett trade or a Crosby trade is much more viable for next year. And then the selling point, if you're Bean, is you need draft capital to pull off what we did for Josh Allen if you're going to go up and get the guy that you want in the 2026 draft. Let us give you our first and second rounder next year. We have all these draft picks that we had in 2025. We're not as worried about that. We'll figure that out on the other side of things. Now make a play to go try to win a Super Bowl, whether it be Garrett, whether it be Crosby. I don't think the trade happens till maybe the summer or maybe into the fall.
I like that. It is. You have to, of course, hope that the game doesn't actually run until after June 1. But, you know, you're kind of just you're playing patient. You know, you're waiting for the market to come down. You don't want to spend this capital. Into next year, all the picks have been spent, and that's a different conversation. So it makes sense to me. Matt Perino on the Wester Hotline as we chat with him about the Bills offseason. What else is new, huh? We're waiting for the league year to open.
I've had no reason to text Matt about UFC, I know, in like 3 years.
Yeah.
There's nothing happening there right now.
We're just in the doldrums of that sport right now. It's been such a downer.
Yeah.
They don't have any really big stars. There's no. I mean, the biggest thing in the fight game right now is Jake Paul. As horrible as that is to say out loud. But next week, the tampering period opens on Monday. I'm going to Marcel Louis-Jacques' wedding this weekend in Miami.
Nice.
And so I'm flying back on Monday. So that'll be like I'll hit the ground, and it's like, let's get after it.
All I'm saying is that wedding's like a perfect rom-com football reporters get together, big story hits during one of the big moments. This could be a lot of fun. So enjoy.
DK's a bill Sunday,
right in the middle,
of the ceremony.
Right,
that makes a lot of sense.
Right, or the Dolphin Tyreek gets traded. Marcel's going on around the horn from the reception. Stuff could happen. All right, thanks, Matt. We'll talk again.
Sounds good. Take care, guys.
Bills beat reporter Matt Perino, Syracuse.com, host of the Shout podcast. He and Ryan Talbot. They do great work.
Should we stop throwing Max Crosby's name around?
No.
And not that we've ever even had a core conversation about him specifically. It's always from everybody. Callers, me, anyone.
It's Crosby himself. He's the one that says he hears from fans all the time.
But he did his rounds at the Super Bowl, and he only talked about the Raiders.
He said...
I don't remember him ever saying anything about trade.
He said he caught himself.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? I want to join, he said. Wait, no. Be a part of. He caught himself talking about the kind of team he wants to be on, and then changed it from, I want to join a team that blank, a team that... I want to be a part of a team that yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
So he is...
Because I haven't seen much smoke at least since then. There's no public feud like Garrett in the Browns.
That's right. He hasn't asked for a trade. He has...
No.
But that the way he talked at the Super Bowl was, he'd like to see some better results for himself, playing bigger games, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
803-0550. Chris, we'll get your phone call on the other side if you can hang with us. We're also going to do what's up in the chat, check in on the bullpen. And when we do that, they tend to go nuts in there. So we'll see. I've written down some highlights of the day from the YouTube chat. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
favor. I know he hasn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see, like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out, like, they're after something. Let's check in on the chat this morning.
What do we got?
A couple things. One, the chat has commented. It looks like we try to coordinate today. We match. We're wearing similar colored shirts,
white hats,
similar hats, black shirts, white hats.
Yeah, coincidence.
Black shirt, black shoes.
I hadn't worn this hat in months.
It's a nice hat, like a little paint splatter hat.
Yeah, I don't really like to wear it in the winter. I don't know why.
All right.
You want to keep the color as white as possible.
What else going on in the chat? We'll get a phone call in a moment. But going on in the chat today, a question, when will Howard pick the Bills next? Saw Howard yesterday, and it occurred to me that, how many years now? 2 years?
2
years. March 1st was his last show 2 years ago?
Yeah.
Okay, not 3? I don't know. Who knows?
No, it's 2.
Okay, 2 years ago.
It's got to be 2.
He came in here, and he said he's going away for a little bit. He's probably going down to see the Mets and see Soto at spring training. Right?
Nice. Yeah.
And then he said, I'll come back and pick the Bills. And I'm like, buddy, we got to wait for the schedule first.
We should wait until we know he's in the middle, he's at a game and right in the middle of it. Just call him, just cold and ask him to pick the Bills that second.
Not a bad idea. So he's going down to see Soto and the Mets at spring training. Going to be my guess. Also in the chat today, things that popped up, just random conversations, a debate about coleslaw.
Okay.
Whether or not it's useful, whether you ever crave coleslaw.
I wouldn't say I ever crave it.
Someone in the chat responded with, yes, I would eat it right now if you offered it to me. And then...
I like coleslaw. I like coleslaw on sandwiches more than I like it plain or on its own.
Yes.
Throw it on a pulled pork sandwich.
I agree with that.
And I'll still eat it if it's on the side. I prefer it on the sandwich, though.
But you want like a vinegar coleslaw, not a mayo coleslaw.
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
okay.
100%.
Especially on a pork sandwich. And then... the bullpen is also pushing for, the bullpen / the chat, is pushing for their own hour of programming on the station. They want to have a power hour. The chat, this is what, again, the chat is starting to gain its sentience. Soon it will walk in the door.
Yeah, in what form? They want microphones, or they want the AI voiceover to just read their chat live on the air?
That's a good question. It's going to be like
the robot voice.
Ultron from the Avengers just shows up and we are the chat.
Right.
And the chat wants to do its own power hour.
Yeah, can we build an AI robot to sit in the chair over here by the other microphone and it just is going to voice out the chat?
It says something about the chat's goals when they refer to it as a power hour. The takes are going to be coming.
Oh, yeah. What else do they have going on there?
In some Twitch streams, the stream reads the comment that someone sends in.
Really?
You can comment, but then you can also do an extra thing where you comment and a voice reads it over the streamer.
Well, now don't tell them about that.
I did see earlier in the chat, I think you were actually getting it with them, something about rooting for people in TV shows and movies.
Yes, so the WWE came up. Okay. Someone asked the question, why do people watch wrestling if it's scripted?
Right.
To which the answer is the same reason people watch Severance.
Yeah.
Television shows and movies are also scripted and people like to watch them. It's just like a live television show.
Keenan had the right comment, though, that I completely agree with, which is I rooted for Matt Saracen in Friday Night Lights.
Oh, yeah?
I also did that. Rooted for him. Kind of sports, though, right? He was a quarterback.
Yep.
You're kind of watching the game play out, I guess. But yeah.
Yeah, why do you watch The Avengers? It's scripted. Yeah.
Yeah.
I still rooted for Iron Man.
Right.
Yeah, that's how it works. All right. Thank you to the chat. We'll check in again with you guys soon. We check in throughout. I'm getting comments throughout the show, so.
I thought about going to that wrestling event last night. I have never been to one.
I have been to many.
Yeah?
Monday Night Raws, yeah. At least, I want to say, I've been to Raw at least 5 times. A couple times in Buffalo, a couple times in Albany.
Yeah.
It's a good time. And I'll tell you,
I think for me though, last night, I was texting my brother about this because we have not watched wrestling since we were in middle school, and we only did that for a couple of years. It would have been way more likely we went if there was an element of nostalgia. Hey, this guy that I grew up watching in the 2 years I watched.
Yeah.
I thought that was going to be John Cena last night because he just had this weekend thing, right, where he turned heel. I'm texting Lou, hey, if John Cena is there, and maybe The Rock, I doubted The Rock was coming to Buffalo in March, but like I might go to that. And then I found out that he already flew back to Africa because he's shooting a film there
with Kevin Hart.
I think so.
Those two just do movies together.
It actually might be Kevin Hart.
Okay, that makes sense. Just another Jumanji movie.
Just a guess.
No, it might be.
I feel like they've got 10 movies together. They're good. They're good together.
But either way, it's like John Cena won't be there last night, so I'm like, I don't know. We're not going to know any of the wrestlers that are there.
Sometimes you do know. They'll give you a list of who to expect to be there.
Okay.
I've been to a bunch of Raws. One in Albany. It's one of those things where I half remember. There's one in Albany where I want to say that Stone Cold Steve Austin drove an ambulance into the arena. I think I was at that one.
Okay.
It's either that
ambulance or didn't he drive a beer truck into the
maybe it was the beer
the
truck,
arena
maybe it was
ones?
an ambulance. Somebody got buried. I don't remember. I kind of
buried.
Yeah.
The Undertaker probably.
Yeah, something.
That would make sense.
It's my memory on attending those events is not as clear as like sporting events. If I was at a hockey game, I knew I can tell you I was at that game. Raw, I watched it every Monday, and
yeah,
I was. Again, a handful of those. They're fun, and the other thing that you'll get out of these events is you can when they're wrestling, you appreciate the athleticism of like what they do. Especially if you sit down low and up close. Like, these guys are going. It's really impressive.
Yeah,
really impressive. So anyway,
I think I missed I think the time for me to go would have been last year's WrestleMania. I don't feel like it'll top that, right? Because they all just ran out. Like guys from the past.
Yeah.
Here comes The Rock. Here comes Cena. Here comes Undertaker. And the crowd was like louder than that. That Philadelphia was like the loudest moment in their stadium's history.
Yeah.
Like broke the sound record for that stadium. I feel like you can't top that, so I might have missed the boat.
Chris in Amherst. Hey, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
We're good.
Got a couple questions about the Buffalo Bills here.
Mm-hmm.
We keep talking about obviously Myles Garrett from the Browns. What if the Buffalo Bills picked up or signed Najee Harris from the Steelers, plugged him in for James Cook since he wants $15 million a year, and included Cook for a trade for Garrett and a first-round pick, I would say probably next year's, with Epinesa and maybe a fourth, and we ended up getting Garrett and maybe a fifth. But I also have another alternative for the corner position. What if we got rid of Douglas and signed Asante Samuel Jr., who's 25, even though he does have a couple injuries, but his dad was a solid player in the NFL, and the Bills have a pretty good corner history. And I was also thinking safety. We talk a lot about Trevon Moehrig, but he's got a couple injuries, kind of injury-prone. We don't really talk about Julian Blackman from the Colts, who's 26, going to be 27 to start of the season, good tackler, good interception history. And if we could maybe get him, maybe we go back to Moehrig, kind of a prove-it deal, and maybe Jeremy Chin down the line, and then a wild card to help the defensive line. Dante Fowler Jr., who could possibly maybe be another Leonard Floyd for us, like we signed years ago.
Chris, this is an all prove it, let's see what happens off-season, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of prove-it deals. I mean, there's some low gambles.
Yeah, like Fowler, the Leonard Floyd comparison's not bad. Fowler just had a 10-sack season, and he's not signing anything more than like a one-year deal, I don't think. Some of those names better than others, right? There was a lot of names. Asante Samuel Jr., right? Fowler on a one-year deal. I want zero part of Najee Harris.
Nope.
No, thank you. Like I don't even know. I don't know what his market is. Probably not much. I mean, he was a first-round pick, but he's not anything special.
Nope.
He might even end up being like a third down back for a team where like he's a blocker and he can catch the ball. He just can't do much when he has it. So no, not on that. But yeah, prove it deals. I mean, I think that's going to end up being a receiver. I think if there's a receiver move to be had here, that's the type of contract that I would expect. And maybe that's Hollywood Brown or somebody else. It's like a 1-year, $10 million deal. Because that's the market. That's all of them. That's Hopkins. That's Cooper. Maybe that's Adams just at a higher number. That might be Marquise Brown. It's going to be most of these free agent receivers are going to probably be like a 1-year prove-it deal.
Career. Time is ticking. You've got 5 years of prime left, and that might be, whatever, it might be overestimating or underestimating, but I can't just bring in a bunch of cheap guys and say, like, let's see if it all works. Like, Myles Garrett is the opposite of that. He's proven it, let's go get it. And there are stops along the way between Garrett and, like, Dante Fowler. Maybe not specifically those two, but
no, there should be. Like I'm looking at the Ringer actually just put out their top 50 free agents. It's a really good list of who's available, and they've got Fowler like. They didn't even have Fowler. They don't even have Fowler in the top 50. Okay. And there's a bunch of pass rushers in here. There's a guy from the Colts. Like some of these guys that aren't even big names. Some of these guys I won't even be able to pronounce the name of. Dio, Adenge, I can't do it. But there's a bunch of guys like that are available that aren't even household names that are going to be better ideas than a 31-year-old Dante Fowler, who's fine, but like I would be more excited about other moves.
803-0550. Thanks, Chris, for the phone call. Prove it, guys. Darius Slay.
Malcolm Kuntz is another one from the Raiders. He's 26. That's not a prove it deal. That's like a Josh Sweat is probably the biggest of this money list. But that's not a prove it deal. That's a big extension. Khalil Mack is not a prove it deal, right?
No.
He's not long term because he's older, but he's probably 2-3 years.
There are some twilight deals. That's Slay. That might be Mack. That still could be big money. Like Darius Slayton is a good name here. That's a prove it deal, and he still might get paid.
I was going to say I don't think he's getting. I think he's getting a contract.
Yeah,
I think he's getting the Mooney contract, right? The Darnell Mooney, 4 years, $15 million per year.
Right, $15 million per year, and his career high in receiving is what? $750.
Okay,
and that is in 2020.
Yeah,
but Matt brought up a great point here. Matt Perino, who we talked to at the top of the hour, that Slayton is one of those guys that you think is hurt all the time, but he's not.
Mm-hmm.
Who's the other Giants receiver? I mixed the two guys up.
Sterling Shepard?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is he the guy that's hurt all the time?
He's always hurt.
Okay.
He's older, too.
Slayton's games played by season, 14-16, 13-16, 17-16. He is not hurt.
Yeah.
He is... We'll make this free agent idea of the day. Darius Slayton?
Sure.
We'll do it tomorrow because we don't have enough time here. We're a little late.
Oh, yeah.
But Slayton
he's a contract, probably.
I am like I want to call myself a Darius Slayton truther. And it is so funny how fantasy football drives what we do our perceptions of a guy. If you've had a running back 5 different years and he never does anything, you're like, that guy stinks. He might actually be skilled, but you're annoyed with him. Slayton's a guy that whenever I've seen him play, I think this guy can definitely play.
But he never puts up fantasy production.
No, because his quarterback stinks.
Yeah.
He's played with Daniel Jones.
Yeah. Right, fantasy might make you think he's bad, actually.
Yes.
But
he's durable.
He's fast.
He's
right?
playing on the outside.
Speed.
I mean, I'm watching highlights of him from last season, and what am I getting? A guy on the outside that separates.
Mm-hmm.
He's been so insignificant in the fantasy world, as you mentioned. Like Matt Harmon, receptionperception.com. That is my Bible for wide receivers. I pay the subscription to get what Matt writes about receivers, breaks down about them, route trees, usage, blah, blah, blah. And Slayton has been so insignificant from a production standpoint. He doesn't have anything on Slayton since 2021.
Because he just doesn't get the ball.
This guy is not a guy worth writing about. And it might be as good an idea as any, but like you said, that guy's getting a contract. He's going to get paid.
Mm-hmm. Someone's going to make the bet that he's going to, $750 is his career high. Someone's going to make the bet. We're going to pay him, and he's going to have his 3 best seasons with us. Right?
Yep.
The Bills, if the Bills ended up with him, I would say the same thing. I don't care what he did with the Giants. He's going to have more than 700 yards.
I don't know what's his yards per target.
I just don't think I want to pay him $16 million a year.
What's his separation score?
I bet with him it's probably pretty good.
I don't know. It might not be. Who knows what year I'm looking at? Anyway, all right. It's an idea. He plays on the outside, and the Bills don't have separators as it is. You could have a bad separator, and it'd still be pretty good on this team. Okay. 803-0550. I already said that. It's Extendo Sports coming up on WGR. All right.
Congrats to the New York Golf Club on clinching a TGL playoff spot. And then trolling Rory McIlroy, who had missed a 4-footer by saying, I didn't know we were playing at Pinehurst.
Did he miss one at Pinehurst?
Isn't Pinehurst where the U.S. Open was, where he missed the 2...
Last year?
Yeah.
No.
That wasn't Pinehurst?
No.
That's what I thought the joke they were making was.
Yeah, it was. It was Pinehurst.
It was Pinehurst, yeah. I was going to say.
Well, clearly, we're going to start talking about playoff droughts in TGL. 1-year drought for these teams that don't make it.
Mm-hmm.
What else? I played 9 holes of Pinehurst on the simulator on Sunday.
Nice.
Yeah, looked nice. Tall trees.
Is that the famous course the most people have played?
That's a good question. Maybe. It's up there with Pebble. It's up there with...
Probably Bethpage.
Bethpage is high on the list because that's not...
you could play it.
Yeah.
Like you
it's
can...
not unbelievably expensive.
It's just hard to get it because you got to sit in front of a computer like the right second.
But otherwise, yeah. It's a good question. Anyway, Sabres and Sharks tonight. Sure, why not?
Macklin Celebrini. Although he might not play.
Macklin Celebrini.
Yuri Kulik, I think I saw tied for the lead in even strength goals by rookies this year.
That is correct. I've seen that as well.
Yeah.
Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show coming up. We're back tomorrow.